What up, what up? How am I tonight? I'm pretty good. I'm alive and well, healthy and happy. Happy dappy clappy. And quite snappy. But don't talk to me till I've had my frappy. Chino. I got the green, yo. My grandma likes to sew. Power hug. What's up, Al Bundy? How we doing? What's up, everybody? Don't talk to me until I've had my keto-friendly baby bowl. Yeah. It's just mashed meat. It's just bacon put into a blender. You left Brad Mondo's video to hear you. Who the hell is Brad Mondo? Now I have to gang stalk him till he's scared. Just kidding. Brad Mondo. He is a hairdresser, reacts to disaster DIY bleaching. It's okay. We'll take care of all your hairdressing needs here. That was my job before I joined the Navy SEALs. You made keto biscuits? What the hell were in those keto biscuits? Currently in South Korea, when you get public warning notifications because North Korea is sending rubbish balloons over the border. Yeah, what is the deal with them? North Korea just like is this sort of like strange proxy of China, right? That's like the only reason they exist. Is to just be this like sort of odd like dystopian between the modern culture of North Korea versus whatever the fuck China is. Some strange mix of communism and capitalism with its various limitations and hyper surveillance and social credit scores and people that can't say how they think. Whether it matters or not, who knows? It's kind of like they're trolling the balloons have rubbish and human poop. That's funny. God, dude. What an interesting existence, isn't it? Bro, if you cornhole Destiny, will we see the leak? I'll just release that shit, honestly. I'll just, that's how I'm gonna kick off my OnlyFans, is me, my sex tape with Destiny and Hassan. We're just gonna have a fucking human centipede going down a choo-choo train track. What's up, Noid? Yeah, drum and bass. I don't know. There's just like, you can't go wrong with drum and bass. Do you think you'll ever write a book? I mean, if it's a fictional one, maybe. Maybe that's what I need to do. I'm currently incommunicado with someone doing a little bit of a indie game thing, but he's paid him already. He's putting together a little demo to see if I'm into it. Will I be a bottom or a top? You seem like a middle type of boy. Yeah, I don't want to miss out on anything going in, and I don't want to miss out on anything going out, if you catch my drift. And by that I mean throw up and poop. Stoked for Dune Awakening? That's a video game, right? Or is that a show? What's your price prediction for Bitcoin in this bull run? I'll bet everything on what you say. I think it's going to keep going. What's to stop it? As soon as we have a little bit of a financial crisis, it's probably just going to like scare people into buying more of it anyways, so you might as well stay bullish. Stay bullish. Did you do any Black Friday shopping? I didn't, but I did go around wearing a luchador costume, just prepared to, give any people's elbows to middle-aged women that try to start a riot and steal my 90-inch flat screen. That was $200. Did you get my Thanksgiving burrito? I did not. I didn't get to have a Thanksgiving burrito. But it's pretty funny. Like, I ate like shit on Thanksgiving. Fasted Friday. And then my other friend had a Thanksgiving thing at his place. And I went there. And they did a deep fried turkey. Like, one of those huge buckets of fucking peanut oil. Ate like shit there. And now I'm just fasting today. And honestly, it's not too bad. I think my metabolism just sucks so much ass now that I don't even feel remotely hungry. Anyone tried the Thanksgiving DiGiorno? Oh, damn, that does sound really good. You got a Shanksgiving. Message the ex. It's good. Sometimes you gotta check in and see how she's doing, you know what I mean? Joel rhymes with full and coal. Well, guess what? That's what you're getting for Christmas, boyo. A big old lump of fossil fuels. It's got a new Steam Deck and arcade stick. Nice. I've heard decent things about the Steam Deck. Like, people do use them, but it seems like the battery life is like 15 minutes or some shit. So sometimes I'm curious, like, if it's truly, like, worth it. I mean, it is kind of sick that Steam was, like, the first ones to kind of, like, push high-fidelity games onto a mobile sort of device. I mean, obviously you had the PSP and all that kind of stuff, but it still was kind of a step down from your typical systems. But if you could, like, stream directly to the device, I don't know, maybe with, like, a couple warehouses full of servers or some shit to run it, I think we'll be doing alright. Just sold all your Pokemon cards for Bitcoin. Wish I had some Pokemon cards. It's hard to say which one holds more value. Just want to say you're the GOAT. Massive love from Ireland. You helped me so much as long-term CPTSD sufferer, only probably as I've listened to every single video. Aw, thank you, my friend. I'm glad we can help. It's good to see you. Will I marry your gay sis? Already did. She's part of the harem now. She's getting involved at the cult compound. Which, speaking of which, the first story we have tonight on the Reddit docket is cult story. Well, a cult story. I don't know what it will pan out as, but Pokemon NFTs, best of both worlds. Yeah, I still don't really understand the NFT game. I can't say I fully understand the Bitcoin game either, but I can't say I understand fiat currency really either. Honestly, I can't even understand seashells. Why the hell were we giving each other seashells for whatever reason? Paige Peterson, welcome back for 9 months. Gestating in the Buttersock cult. Hey there, Joel. How you doing? It's been a while since I've been on. It's nice to be here. Yeah, it's good to have you. It is good to have you. Alright, as you know, we always got to do our daily checkups on gaming news. Because here, in this house, we're gamers. Gaming news, question mark? Irish Horror Master with the 5 says the YouTube horror goat forever and always. Thank you, my friend. Very good to see you. Appreciate you. As of December 1st, which is crazy, it is now December. And it was cold as shit yesterday, so I guess we're full in effect on winter. NZXT's Flex PC rental program under scrutiny. Gamers Nexus, a prominent YouTube channel specializing in PC gaming hardware, has criticized NZXT's Flex PC rental program, labeling it as a scam. The investigation highlights deceptive practices, including frequent changes in PC specifications and pricing, which create confusion and mislead customers regarding the true value of the offerings. Interesting. Elon Musk's interests in Hasbro. Elon Musk has hinted at the possibility of acquiring Hasbro to obtain the rights to Dungeons and Dragons. Wow. This speculation has led to a surge in Hasbro stock prices, though no official acquisition plans have been confirmed. Bro, you know who I think, and I could be wrong about this, who I think owns Hasbro currently, or is one of the co-owners? Does Will Ferrell own Hasbro? He's a real bro. Andrew Batts with a 5. I'm super stoked I just received my Moorish American ID and travel card, complete with my white face on it. The best troll I've done so far. What is it? Moorish American? What's Moorish? From the land of Moria. As of December 1st, 2024, there is no evidence that suggests... Wait, doesn't... What toy company does Will Ferrell own? Will Ferrell does not own any toy company. However, he portrayed the CEO of Mattel in the 2023 film Barbie. All right, perfect. I like when I mix fiction with reality. That's the best way to live your life. It's completely schizophrenic. All right, cancel that. Upcoming releases in development. Ubisoft new game Altera. Ubisoft is reportedly developing Altera, a game that blends elements from Animal Crossing and Minecraft. Interesting. Players will inhabit an island with characters called Matterlings and can explore various worlds with distinct biomes and materials. The game emphasizes construction mechanics similar to Minecraft and features characters inspired by fantasy creatures. Sony's handheld PS5. Reports indicate that Sony is working on a handheld console. Doesn't we knew that? Sales deals, Amazon Cyber Monday, Razer Huntsman V2 gaming keyboard, blah, blah, blah. Xbox Avatar editor, app shutdown, Samsung Gaming Hub expansion. Yeah, a bunch of shit we don't give a fuck about. Whatever. Oh, well, thank you again, Andrew. Hannah says Nazis. There are Nazis afoot. She can smell them. They're getting crazy. Elon Musk is buying MSNBC. Just going. He's just... wonder if he can get it on a Black Friday deal, maybe. Hasbro makes Ouija boards. I always found that really interesting, honestly. Why is that they continue to do that? Even though they say it's just like a game, it's like... have been many accounts of people saying that they have odd experiences with it or negative outcomes. Doesn't mean that it's like scientific per se, but it is quite strange. Crazy to bring up D&D. My dad worked for Wizards of the Coast for 17 years. D&D is my childhood upbringing. Oh, that's sick. Are you like a DM? A dungeon master? This is my first time here. I'm just happy to find out that you actually have a great voice and don't use AI generated vocals. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'd be quite embarrassed. I really hope there aren't any like AI voice YouTube channels that make it super far, because that would suck, like, to get 1 million subscribers and people are like arguing whether it's AI or not. I'm really well, and you? I'm doing good. And Retro Duo, thank you for the 10 months. How was your Thanksgiving? It was good, you know. Honestly, just chilling in the club with the fam, and yeah, you can't go wrong, you know. I got to make a little grape salad situation as a dessert, and everybody enjoyed that. It's I think I told you last time, it was like green grapes, red grapes, and then sour cream and cream cheese mixed with sugar and vanilla extract, and then mix all that together, and then on top of that is brown sugar and walnuts or some type of nut. We'd be nutting. But it was really good. Nice, like, it was described by my grandfather as refreshing. The reviews are in, and Grandpappy says he loves it. Elon better make an actual Iron Man suit, otherwise he's a fraud. That's true. We can leave that to the Raytheon CEO. New job? Who got a new job? I'm sure Hasbro still makes Ouija boards because regardless of any controversy, it brings them tons of money, especially when used in pop culture movies. That's true too. Just mass producing them. And they have a satanic witch bless it before they go out. Alright, friends. Let's get cozy. We got a new screen in the background. Oh, the character actually moves. I, for some reason, thought that they didn't move, but they do, ever so slightly. I did nothing special, but a lot better than the old job, more money. Oh, you got a new job? Nice. Sick. Now you can afford a Luigi board. Alright. What's up, Yasmin? Night shift stories. Can you put my face inside that helmet? We could try. We could shove it in there. Should be a little pretty deep in the background. I know, he should be curled up next to the fire. That's most likely where he'd be. It's your 10th live stream. Well, welcome, welcome. This is my... I wish it would tell you. I wish it would tell you how many you've streamed. I guess you could go through all the playlist of... Well, I'm not even sure if I like put all the old playlist of old live streams on there if I just started doing it, but there's quite a few. About to get up and walk off screen. He might have to go shit. But yeah, we got 9 or 10 Reddit stories here. Always a classic, always a classic. Think I'll ever collab with Mr. Nightmare? You know, I don't think so. He's never responded to any, like, it's not a big deal, like, I don't care, but yeah, I mean, I've reached out, not really gotten a response, and then I was, you know, in contact with people who, like, find ads for his, like, videos or whatever, and they said that they would try and reach out, and, you know, no word there as well, so, honestly, it's, you know, it is what it is. We are self-sufficient beings in this realm, and not a big deal. I could be pregnant, that's true. Alright, friends. Thanks for being here. Click that like button, click share. I believe it does help the stream. Do I know that for certain? Not at all. But it would be sick if you did it. December 1st, it is. We are in it. The long, cold dark. Alright, so my new friend turned out to be a cult leader. Let's do it. I got 2, 3 incidents. Someone didn't read, so this started on one of those. Oh, okay. So this started on one of those meet new friends apps. I'm not just a huge loser, I swear. I moved to my current city during the pandemic and have a work from home position, so it just hasn't been the prime circumstances for a social life. I matched with this random girl, and we'll call her Annie. I can't remember if I saw her first or vice versa, and honestly I was paying more attention to the profiles than the pictures, and she seemed okay. Spirituality came up somehow. I can't remember how this happened either, and to be fair, it could have been either of us. I've recently been more seriously following Norse paganism, but it wasn't something I was seeking to explore with other people. It was mostly a private thing, not to mention my own beliefs are more metaphorical. But that doesn't mean I'm closed to the experience entirely. So when she mentioned having an LGBTQ neurodivergent pagan femme coven, Jesus Christ, we got everything there. That's what this is. That's what this chat is. In a dark, dark house on a dark, dark street. This year went super fast. It did go by quick. I don't know, honestly, if like the years during like COVID went faster or what, but Same industry, actually applied for a supervisor position, housekeeping, which pays more. Oh, that'd be good. You ever thought of doing collab reads with someone? Yeah, I mean, I've definitely done it in the past, but it's just kind of like not as popular anymore because, you know, kind of more, like I said, self-sufficient, and like people get kind of annoyed when I do it. They're like, oh, I didn't come to this channel to listen to Mr. Murgle say his crap. His voice is so annoying. And that's why I usually put them at the end if they're like a smaller channel. No disrespect or anything, it's just... Chicken sandwiches? Hell yeah, dude. Security, welcome back for 23 months. Says Joel, thanks for the chill, funny, and melodic streams. You're welcome, my friend. Thank you for almost 2 years. Now that time goes by fast. Enrico the Freako, welcome to the Butter Sock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. So when she mentioned having an LGBTQ neurodivergent pagan femme coven, I was like, okay, wow, that's either very specific or very broad. But hey, why not? Maybe it'll be fun. And so we agreed to meet first before I went to the event. One weird thing that stuck out in our text conversation was that her partner was in some bizarre Scientology rehab. And at first I assumed this was a place where one recovers from Scientology. But I did ask her if her partner was a Scientologist, and I didn't get an answer. We only met for an hour to have coffee. I think more red flags would have popped up if we'd had more time, because the little things that went off on my radar were things that weren't that weird. Like there were explanations, or I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt, and my dumb self didn't ask again about the Scientology thing. I kept meaning to Google Scientology rehab, but kinda kept forgetting to do so. I've since Googled it and can't find anything about a rehabilitation for ex-Scientologists, so I wish I'd done that sooner. There were, however, other things that stuck out to me. They're relatively benign out of context, but putting everything together in retrospect made me feel dumb. She wouldn't answer my direct questions about herself, and not for lack of asking. I'm the kind of person who is conscious of when the attention is all on me, so it made me uncomfortable, and I didn't learn anything about her, really. Most of what she said had to do with her spiritual, quote-unquote, awakening. Her spiritual awakening itself sounded weird, too. She said that she had a realization that she was like a lighthouse that was drawing people toward their personal enlightenment. And okay, I did think this was weird, but she's from California. I don't know. And maybe that's normal, but I just chalked it up to her personal beliefs being whatever they were. Reincarnation came up, and reincarnation is a big part of paganism, although asatru... I don't know what that is. Asatru... Asatru... Wait. Let's put it into Forvo, baby. Doesn't exist. Oh wait, it does. Icelandic. Asatru. Asatru. Do you know when the next member-only video will be released and when it's... yeah, so it's going to be like Cops, like Paranormal Cops 2. And Sam is working on that right now. So that will be the next thing. I might do some other side stuff if that doesn't come out, just to kind of fill that in. I do apologize for any sort of delays on that, as unfortunately it's just kind of how things go sometimes. I moved to New Jersey. Tomorrow is my first day of work at my new job, so I broke my cauldrons and sank my ships. No way back now. Hell yeah. You just gotta live life, you know. I just want to be a little duck, because when your feet are webbed, the world doesn't suck. I guess that's true. Wart, wart, wart. Obama. Everyone's figured out the words that make me say things. Reincarnation came up, and reincarnation is a big part of paganism, although asatru additionally focuses on your ancestors. She told me that she didn't think that she had any... She told me that she didn't think that she had any past lives and is a new soul, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but okay. Whatever, not my circus, not my monkeys. And the vaguely supernatural element she placed on herself was strange, but I know a lot of people want to feel special, and that didn't mean that I had to believe it. At one point, I told her about this random woman I met at the pagan festival who tried to con me. She wanted to charge me so I could be under her wing or whatever. I don't need someone to protect or guide me, so I declined. And as I was telling the story, I could tell Annie was conflicted, like she wanted to agree but didn't, and finally she said something blasé, like how it was only inappropriate because the student chose the teacher. And so I clarified that I did not want a teacher, and her responses were very mirroring. And I'm not a moron. I was getting a weird sense that she wasn't being honest with me and that she was telling me things that I wanted to hear, and told myself that she was probably just nervous. I have a strong personality. I'm very independent, so I can understand if someone wouldn't want to go up against the things I said at our very first meeting. I know I'm just dumb at this point, but I didn't want to be paranoid, and I don't trust people easily, and I know that, so I was trying to loosen up. Hey, Eric Drave, or Drave, thank you for the 5. Says, love your work, mate. Have a pint on me. I appreciate that. Quite kind. Thank you. This whole life is a circus. We're all just monkeys in it. True. What kind of monkeys are you guys? Are you guys the ones with like the little hat? Or are you riding like a unicycle? Or maybe like playing a little instrument? Maybe you're cranking on your hog in the corner. Spider monkey. What's my favorite story? I love them all equally. You had no idea the LGBTQIP2SAA+ included neurodivergent pagan. I always thought it was kind of implied, but I think they just added them in recently. It's kind of like DLC. Mike Baiano, welcome back for 26 months. Says, yo, Joe, you hear about the crazy conspiracies from Cliff High in 2009 predicting the Rogan-Trump pod that will be followed by a UFO invasion December 3rd and 4th? I did not. I did not hear about that. Also, I saw you got the Eagles profile thing there. I saw that they won today against Baltimore. Dude, I don't know if anybody watches football, but I don't know if you saw like Justin Tucker miss like 3 field goals and an extra point. But he used to be like the GOAT when it came. You know, he had like in Baltimore, he used to have like signs up with his face with how insanely good he was at like basically never missing. And he held the record, which I think was tied by a guy from the Cowboys for longest field goal of like 64 or something. But I don't know if he's just in his head or he's just done with his career and wants it to be over because he probably knows he could just keep going forever as like a kicker. And maybe he's just done with it and wants to be like honorably discharged or something. Oh, actually, that would be fascinating if there's something about your contract where you can get out of it via legal terms if they release you. I sound like Joe from the show You. I've heard that before. I listened while loading UPS trucks last year. Nice. I heard that's a good job. Is that a good job? Doing the UPS thing? I remember hearing some people like worked as like sort of a contractor for Amazon deliveries, and that they would get like a shit ton of extra money depending on how many packages they could deliver in like one day or something. How long have you been doing YouTube for, and when do you think you'll retire? I've been doing it for 10 years now, and I really don't think that I will ever retire from it because I don't really have any like sort of definitive retirement plan per se, or anything that I would just like, I don't know, because I realize like when it comes to like living your life, like even people who retire, they still tend to go like work at, you know, Animal Fart Town or whatever, and that kind of thing. So everybody wants to do something, and honestly, if I can just keep doing YouTube forever, I can't imagine that I'll ever stop. What's up, Jade? How we doing? Long time no see. I used to be a postal woman, was awesome, but I quit after I have an asshole supervisor. That's fair. Might as well not torture yourself with bad leadership. I do sound like Joe from You now thinking about the comments. Very similar. It's weird. I watched that show for like 3 episodes, and I don't specifically recall his voice. They supervised your a-hole. Yeah, when you would sit in the UPS truck, there would be a camera, like a translucent chair and like a camera. You had to keep your pants off, and they would just like constantly monitor your asshole. It's kind of how they collect a lot of biometric data. Joel's going to die mid-live stream in 90 years. That wouldn't be the worst way to go, honestly. Hello, guys. Welcome back. Oh, queef sweat with the $50. Gone, but not forgotten. He finally did his 1 millionth Reddit episode. Been volunteering in my church and I met someone. Hey, that's good. Hell yeah, it's the best way to do it. Mutual interests make the world go round. David De La Rosa with the 2. Thank you, David. What up, Charlie? Joel, medical technology will advance. By then you'll be 180. Dude, I kind of wonder, like, what if they do have the ability to keep people around for really long, but, you know, they come to find that it's just, there's something else that happens in the brain or whatever. Like, you just become just like this terrifyingly possessed. Like, imagine all those, like, dementia patients who stick around for, like, long periods of time. But then imagine if that dementia patient just never fucking died and you had to deal with them all the time. And then I start to understand why, like, Canada and the UK, you know, legalize suicide. Oh my God, guys, do you want me to read you the funniest email I got the other day? It's actually pretty cash money comedy. Dude, this made me laugh just because it was just so abstract. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay. So it's just an email, and it was, you know, going through the many emails that we get, but one of them was just like, regarding episode 264. And I was like, okay, here we go. You know, so it's on the podcast side of things, which sometimes if people can't really like leave a comment or whatever, they like got to go out of their way to chastise me in different, you know, paths. Hello, Let's Read team. First, let me just say that I've been a big fan of your podcast for a long rhyme. Okay, long rhyme. Recently, I wrote a comment on the Spotify comments section, which I didn't even know existed. I didn't know there were comment sections on Spotify. For episode 264, it was staring back at me. But unfortunately, it got deleted. Which, if I didn't know that comments existed, like, I wouldn't be deleting them. So maybe they said something that was, like, automatically filtered out or some shit. I have no fucking idea. You probably haven't read it my way, so I'm glad this gave me the chance to write you directly. I was shocked to hear you say suicide is never an option and only leads to more suffering. That's deeply ignorant towards people with severe depression or chronic pain. Suicide can be an option to end suffering and continue to suffer just to make sure people around you are comfortable is not the only solution. I think you should apologize publicly for that ignorant comment. Sincerely, a disappointed longtime listener. You know, I thought to myself, I'm like, Jesus Christ, for years and years and years online, I've been getting banned for telling people to KYS. Or you get banned on Overwatch for saying something about someone maybe necking themselves and getting chastised for that. And then I changed from that point on. I realized, I got to tell people to stop killing themselves. It's not a good thing to do. And I had no idea that, in fact, it was actually incredibly irresponsible of me to not at least give people the option to off themselves. As, who knows, maybe life would just be better that way. Maybe they'd be happier. That's what you should, instead of that, you should say, I think you would be happier in heaven. I think you'd be way happier in heaven. Derek with the 5 says, don't mind me just laundering money. Thank God. So far we've done $15 of money laundry. You can't make them all happy. This is true. I don't know, man. It's just funny. I've never been like guilted. I've never had someone like make an argument where they try to make you feel guilty for not saying that someone should kill themselves. Like that is, like even YouTube goes out of their way to like age restrict my videos whenever like sewer slide is even like mentioned. And like, you know, on TikTok people constantly have to like say some sort of thing, you know. I got, you know, he took his own life, you know, so many different like little euphemisms to like wrap your words around the fact that someone's just gonna take their own life. And then this guy's actually informing me that it's incredibly ignorant and not very progressive of me to consider that suicide actually was the option the whole time. Jensen with the 5. Thank you for the 5, Jensen. Could you do a live that plays stories so can sleep to them, like having white noise, but scary stories, ones that do it having got great voices like yours? Oh, like a constant 24-hour like live stream or something. You know, I've thought about that, but I feel like that might cut into my like typical live streams or whatever. Hence why I'd, you know, probably just suggest for them to watch one of like the longer videos or something. What's up, Daddy Jensen? How we doing? As someone that's been suicidal for about 24 years, that's funny and stupid. Someone would be upset at you when you said, the reason I never would is because people love me and I can't hurt them. I mean, I do think that too. Like I've thought about, I'm like, I hope nobody in my like, I mean, we've all had like, obviously to varying degrees, like thoughts of just like, maybe it would be easier, blah, 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 or something like that. But, you know, I think even if someone like just like tangentially related to me, like a friend of a friend, I hear that they like kill themselves, I would be so fucking sad. Like I get it. We'll never fully understand their issues going on in their mind and all that kind of stuff. But just the sort of ripple effect I feel like that creates within society. Like imagine being the mother of a child that does that, you know, the parent, the brother, the friend, you know what I mean? Of someone that just like that, you know, I almost feel like it creates like a cascade effect that ends up making you think that maybe that's an option or maybe you should do it next or whatever. But Donello with the 5 says, Jesus Christ, for the person get a psychology to create goodwill or something. I guess so. I mean, I'm always open to different ideas, and I'm not trying to just put them on bash because maybe they have, who knows, honestly, if you're in constant chronic pain all the time, and maybe it's led to like a drug addiction or things of that nature, I'm sure some people do feel like probably this would be an easier way, but I don't know. I'm a big advocate for redemption arc, you know, for literally anybody for the most part. Like if you can kind of turn away from your previous lows, your previous sins, and become somebody different. I mean, isn't that the whole fucking point of most stories in culture that you've ever read since the dawn of time? It's like so-and-so was at such a low that they thought about, you know, throwing themselves off the cliff of Olympus or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like going all the way back, and then, I don't know, then they become Kratos, god of war, and they must get fucking revenge on Zeus or something. But you get the idea. There's always a chance to come back. Like I've always thought, like if I was at like my lowest low and I'm like, I'm so fucked in the head, and I'm just like, think it's way easier. I honestly think I might just like start walking. Just choose a direction and just start walking that way, or driving, and just keep driving until like I can't drive anymore, and just maybe try to do something way totally different, you know what I mean? Just try to start a new life, maybe somewhere if possible. I don't know. Not saying that would happen, but I don't know. I just feel like it's strange. Sometimes I wonder, like, who was the first, like, humanoid that was like, you know what? I should jump off this cliff. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, it is also what comes after a failed attempt that sucks. Psychiatric hospitals are not fun. You're well cared for but have no freedom. Well, that's a good point, too. And I've seen that, like, within my nursing career, taking care of this guy who's just, I think I've told this story before, just, like, completely incontinent. He's in, like, his 40s, and he just sort of, like, his hands are sort of, you know, palsied, so they're, like, crumpled up to his chest. And you have to, like, you know, clean him because he's incontinent and whatnot, and, you know, shift him and move him or whatever. He doesn't really walk. And then, but anytime you do it, it's like you need to bring someone in with you as you, like, turn him to, like, clean him and stuff, because he's just, like, screaming, like, bloody murder, words that, like, make no sense, but he's, like, grasping onto you, like, hurting people and can hit people. And it's just like, you know, it's like, basically, it's like from one hell to another, these, like, failed attempts and stuff. Should make another philosophy video. I think that's actually what I was going to do again for one of the next bonus contents, besides just, like, the typical, or not the typical, but, like, the fictional stories. I have a bachelor's in psychology. Thinking about sewer slide is a viable and desirable option is definitionally a mental disability. Oh, okay. Right. Like normalizing it or whatever. For sure. I mean, if it doesn't benefit the organism or the culture, I mean, obviously the unfortunate thing is that then you see that represented within, I don't know, cultures like Japan, where, like, shame and, you know, bringing shame to both your family and the culture itself generates a very high prevalence of suicide and suicide attempts. It's, I don't know, it's odd. And I oftentimes feel bad for people within Japan, where it seems like in the United States, if you're, like, a fuck up, or you make mistakes, or you're not, like, necessarily too impressive to, like, your community or your family, I don't think anybody even spends more than I mean, sometimes they do, but a lot of the times it's just subjective to the individual and their community, and sometimes people just don't give a fuck at all. And I'm like, I kind of wish we could impart maybe a degree of that cultural subjectivity to the individuals in places like Japan, where they just, I don't know, they're ashamed by something, but then they just stop, you know, all it takes is a generation or two to just stop giving a shit. Our whole reason for being a species is to procreate and spread our genes. The idea of intentionally ending that is a logical fallacy. It is odd. And sometimes you wonder if it's sort of like something built into our genes as, like, individual organisms that say, like, well, my genes will be of no use to the continuation of the species, so therefore I'll just kind of, like, self-terminate, like some type of autoimmune disease or whatever. But it is often strange, like, a lot of those, like, sort of genetic, you know, defects occur within the mind. Am I a philosopher? I think everybody's a philosopher at the end of the day. We all have our little philosophies going on in our head. Japan is tough on men and will ostracize them if they're useless. Yeah, that doesn't seem fun. I remember they kind of went over that a lot in the, you know, Godzilla -1. I don't know if you guys saw that movie. You know, it wasn't like the craziest movie ever, but there was one of the things, like, the man who got scared during World War II to, like, kamikaze himself, because if you came back or found some sort of way out of it, it was embarrassing and shameful. And while everybody else, like, kamikazed into Pearl Harbor and whatnot, this guy just, like, got cold feet and then, like, landed somewhere else. And then that's kind of how he survived, as he landed on that island, and then Godzilla, like, attacked that island as, like, a smaller creature, and was able to, like, he was able to survive that. And then, you know, I forget exactly where it went from that point, but going back to his family, it's like his family and his community looked at him as just, like, a worthless person for not dying for his country, which is kind of fucked to think that that degree of, like, social peer pressure is so prevalent. It's very Man in the High Castle, Philip K. Dick. Yeah, what's that about? Please say hello, Brazil. Hello, Brazil. Most workers in South Korea are pretty much forced into being alcoholics because they have to go out drinking with their boss if they ask, no matter what, because they could lose their job. Oh, interesting. I wish the CEO of YouTube would ask me to go drink. What's not a popular expression? I don't know. Anything you want, honestly. Just think of it, say it, and then be mad about it, and then suddenly you got one. God could not create what they don't know without knowing what was created. That is the root of philosophy, you know? God could not create what they don't know without knowing what was created. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of like interesting ideas within the human mind oftentimes are sort of like a fallacy, you know what I mean? Because oftentimes you're talking about like the greater degree of like humanity, and like one of the ideas that always frustrated me is like humans thinking that like we are such a plight to Earth, right? I mean, I'm sure you guys hear that all the time, that like humanity is this like big plight to Earth, but it's like you don't, like Earth doesn't have like some collective consciousness that you're like aware of in and of itself. It's not some like, I mean, it's like an organism as a whole, but it's not one that you've ever spoken to or communicated with. And you, like the origins of that idea of a human hating itself or its species in the name, in, you know, in the pursuit of trying to continue the longevity of a larger organism, is kind of counterintuitive in and of itself, a fallacy, because it's like, would it not be within the humans, like a human contemplating itself as a whole and then saying that it's useless? It, you know, it's just, it seems like it's sort of like strange, like backwards thinking. If you have any philosophy, you are a YouTuber. You got to dump your values, I guess. That's true, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to dump any values on anybody or anything. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. And I welcome anybody else to just say whatever the fuck they want to say too, as long as it's not hurting yourself or hurting anybody else. Was your dessert popular at Thanksgiving? It was, yeah. It actually was one of the only desserts that was like almost completely gone by the end, so that was kind of nice. Alright, sorry. Get on my tangents here, but I like talking about philosophy and silly ideas. What's my next big plan for life? Honestly, I have no idea. I'm in a bit of a bad loop right now as far as life goes, and I think that's where I kind of need to figure out more recently, because everything has been so like I'm not really sure. Like everything has been continuous for a while, right? But it's gotten to the point where it's been continuously the same thing for that way for such a long period of time that I'm not really sure, unless I really make a change, that I'll ever be able to break free of those repetitious actions, you know? What if we were our thoughts rather than our actions? I don't know if that makes any sense, to be honest with you. We are our internal thoughts and not our actions. I guess sometimes we are pressured to do things that we internally think are incorrect. So that is sort of definitely something that's present within the human experience. What dessert did I make? Yeah, it was like I was saying earlier, it was grapes, sour cream, cream cheese. It's like flavored, nutty flavor. And then it was like confectionery sugar, or not confection, but just like grain sugar, and then vanilla extract. You mix all that together. Not mush, where you keep the grapes intact, but you just smush it all together and smear it over all the grapes. And then on the top of all of it, it's brown sugar and chopped up nuts, and it's quite good. I suppose, yeah, the thoughts that we do are the origins of many of our actions. It's an interesting question about thoughts and actions. I have OCD. I have fucked up intrusive thoughts all the time, but don't do it. Who am I then? Well, that's true too. I think we all kind of are, that we have those intrusive thoughts many times, or sometimes you'll have a dream where you'll be like, what the fuck was that about? Is that like, my mind trying to make sense of things, or manifesting those like sort of subconscious, like running thoughts into some degree of like manifested insanity, and is that who I truly am? But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, even if you were kind of going along with like a negative action in the name of like doing it for a group, that's definitely not necessarily an excuse per se, or at least it's not the excuse that's used within court. But at the same time, humans are capable of some terrible things within the group thinking process. So your life has become a bit stagnant in a sense, perhaps taking some time in the next few weeks to make short-term goals. You can slowly but surely find purpose. I definitely, yeah. I mean, the number one thing is just like fixing my fucked sleep schedule. I just can't, I don't know, I get into the rhythm and then I lose it, and I get into the rhythm and then I lose it. It's just, I don't even fucking know. I really honestly wish I never worked night shift for as long as I did, or if I did eventually stop doing like my night shift and went to like doing YouTube, I sometimes wish that I would have like done day shift for a period of time to like kind of get my body used to those circadian rhythms. Yeah, I definitely need to fix it for sure. I was driving behind a truck transporting gasoline, and I couldn't help but fantasize shooting it. When I shared that with friends, I realized it was odd. I mean, if you're joking about it, which, within that context, it's just making a joke. If we played video games, you see any sort of tank, and you want to see if it, like, explodes. It's whatever. I know I'm just dumb at this point, but I didn't want to be paranoid. And I don't trust people easily, and I know that, so I was just trying to loosen up and be more chill. Well, that was a big mistake. And so I go to this thing. And immediately it's weird. Immediately. The second I step foot in that house, I'm uncomfortable. It's filled with people and completely silent, and everyone is looking directly at me. I'm laughing, kind of saying hi, and no one is really responding. And here I am, awkwardly dropping my keys and phone while everyone is just sort of watching me. Eventually, I take a seat on this short couch because there's no room in the large circle. It's a very small living room, and there are like 20 people circled up. There's a cushion on the couch, so I sit on that. The leader starts talking, and as she's going on, I'm looking around at the people there, and I was curious. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the leader trying to look at me. The girl sitting in front of me is partially blocking our view of each other, so the leader is sort of leaning over to try and meet my gaze. Finally, I felt awkward enough to sort of shift over, so I was leaning against the arm of the couch. Staying perched on that Scary stories of my own life. Here and there, Nothing too wild, I guess. Most around here, everything's pretty chill and people leave me alone. Our planet does have a consciousness. Her name is Gaia, and she has expressed to me that we are here children and that she is in pain. She told me that my purpose in life is to protect the planet. Nice. She sent you a pen pal. Shmorby with the 2, in Jesus' name, boom shakalaka. That was probably my best outro ever, honestly. Me and Gaia used to play Call of Duty together. She was very toxic. Also, this weekend, my friend convinced me to buy Black Ops 6. Terrible game, let me just say that. Not because it in and of itself isn't like a bad game per se, but it's like, holy shit, I was right. Call of Duty has not changed in like well over a decade or more. And I don't even know how anybody can enjoy that game. It's literally, you are like forced into this continual kill to death ratio that's just like 1-to-1. You get a kill, you get killed. You get a kill, you get killed. You get a kill, you get killed. You know, and I guess zombies was kind of fun or whatever, but that kind of gets a little boring after a while. I should play Subnautica. I heard it was really good, so there's a second one coming. Joel the Hole. What's up, Peter? Did I play the other Black Ops? No. I guess I haven't played the single player, so maybe I would enjoy the campaign or stuff, something like that. But man, the multiplayer is just like mind-numbing eventually. And just, you can't, I don't even, the 24-hour like Nuketown bullshit. I'm just like, oh my god. You even peek a corner for half a second, you're gone. I have a gaming channel. I should start one. I don't have one though. All it would be though is me saying I hate this game. Oh, I hate this one. Oh, I hate this one too. Man, this is great. I'm going to tell my little brother you hate COD. He's going to be so fucking mad. Well, that's the thing. I was your little brother at one point, in the sense that when Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare came out in 2017, I had GameFly. You guys might remember GameFly. It was like basically the beginnings of like the Netflix of gaming, but not streaming. It was like Netflix was, you used to have to like send your DVDs back or your Blu-rays or whatever via a fucking mail system, and then you'll get it, you know, then you'll get a new one. And it was a pretty cool system that like basically had Blockbuster go under. And then I remember I would rent all these different types of games, and it was like a subscription service, and it was so sick because they always had the games you wanted. And it wasn't like, you know, the unfortunate thing wasn't you couldn't go right to Blockbuster and, you know, get it that day. But it was nice because they actually had it and you could plan it out, and like as one game was going to leave, another one would come, and as long as you timed it up, you know, you never got shit about it. But I remember getting Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare on the Xbox 360, and it was like the most fun I've had in like a game to date at that point, you know, since like Halo 2 essentially. And the fact that you could like, your character could like level up and you unlock new shit, that was like mind-blowing. But then and I spent so many hours playing that game, but very early on, whenever like Modern Warfare 2 came out, still on the Xbox 360, I realized, and I think between that there was like World at War that came out as well, and they did a very similar leveling up system. And I realized and that was actually when the first Call of Duty Zombies came out, which was fun too, the Nazi zombies thing. But I realized when Modern Warfare 2 came out and like essentially nothing had changed, I was like, this is never ever going to change. And I'm right. There's been literally nothing other than like new shader packs essentially to increase the graphics that have changed. And it's the most identical game for almost like 2 decades, and it's a wee bit sad, I'll be honest with you. But whatever, give it a whirl. Just told my daughter about GameFly on Thanksgiving. That's funny. Yeah, it was a cool thing. I mean, it's just crazy how quickly like everything is changing, and like here soon with those like mobile systems coming out with like the PS5 and probably with the Steam Deck as well. I mean, we might be able to literally stream like the newest games directly to handhelds and stuff, or to home console systems. And it could, I mean, I guess I don't know if it would require the internet in and of itself to be better, or maybe they'll be able to optimize it to a degree where it doesn't require as much, I guess, data to transfer that information and stream it. But man, that would be such a sick jump in technology. Unless you play the campaign for COD, which is getting varied with time. Yeah, and to me, I never really thought like the Call of Duty campaigns were really that impressive, because they're basically just sort of this like on-rails shooter. And I get it's like a cool little cinematic experience, and sometimes you need that just to like turn your brain off. But it's not something like, as far as shooters go, that you're going to be playing over and over again. Like you're going to get through it once, maybe do a co-op thing if they even have that, and then it's just kind of like, wow. Joel, do you have a job? I mean, this is my job. Neuralink games. Honestly, that we're getting to that point, I think. If you can somehow activate the brain to like contemplate things and entertain itself. I mean, how many times have you had like a dream, or like a dream that you remember for years, and that dream is like way more entertaining than any video game, movie, book, or anything that you've ever read in your entire life? And if somehow you could like systematically activate that aspect of your brain to feel, completely the same as real life, that would be beautiful. I recently had a nightmare, but didn't realize it was a nightmare until the end. What do you mean? Like you thought it was real? Like forced imagination? Yeah, like essentially whatever like type of REM part of your brain, or like whatever part of your brain activates the REM cycle, you would just have to simulate that within your brain, within your waking hours, and maybe within like specific context to fit, a game or something. And yeah, I mean, it could cause like some pretty severe negative effects on the brain too, as far as like people being able to differentiate reality from non-reality. But I think it could be, something that they dig into as far as testing goes at some point. Maybe not. And yeah, I've had lucid dreams. And the worst part about lucid dreams is you get so excited and you're in a dream and you're like, I better just like do everything I can right now, otherwise I know for a fact I'm about to wake up. And then you wake up and you're like, fuck. Staying perched on a cushion was uncomfortable by that point, so I shifted off and spread out a bit to be more comfortable. And the leader ended the speech with, "So spread out, I guess," which was clearly directed at me. It was said with some humor, though, so I wasn't really sure what to make of it. Everyone introduces themselves and is their own unique brand of neurodivergent. I'm ADHD, but I guess I don't subscribe to labels beyond the requirement to stay medicated, and I've been medicated since 2015, so this isn't a new diagnosis for me. And that was the only question we got ourselves. What's up, Amber? How we doing? This was the only question we got asked about ourselves beyond our name. The leader guides us through this meditation, and people are making these weird breathing sounds and hums. And I get it. It's spiritual, right? Unfortunately, my ADH. Hey, Joni. Unfortunately, my ADHD butt couldn't focus to save my life, and it's impossible for me to follow the guided meditation. I just don't understand. How can anyone with actual attention issues listen past trills and deep nose breathing? And so I'm sitting there with my eyes closed and barely paying attention because I just can't. But I do hear the leaders say that we should think about anything we'd want to ask her and need from her, and that got my attention. What did I need to ask her, other than where the snacks were, because I paid $8 and I don't see a single snack? Once the meditation ended, Annie and the leader walked around to give us material for an activity. Annie gave me 2 long pieces of twine and the leader gave me 2 sticks. As the leader was handing me the sticks, I asked her where the snacks were, and she says something like, "In the kitchen, on the table, where snacks tend to be." I'm a dry, sarcastic person, so I thought it was her brand of humor, and I laughed and played along, sort of, "Oh, right, I think I'll find them." And literally she was deadpan, unsmiling, and just says, and then walked away. So, stupid me thought that she might just be like that, and then I saw her laughing with the other girls and realized something was kind of off. As the activity commenced, she went back over to Amy and started stroking her back, and kissing her hair and giving me this creepy smile. Okay, that was weird, and I was so uncomfortable that I just wanted to get up and go right there, but I couldn't. Why? Because of this strange activity that we were doing. And the activity was the last straw. They wanted us to think of something that we wanted to discard that brought us pain, and then they wanted us to feel how bad that thing made us feel as we slowly twisted the piece of twine around the stick. And that stuff I would only ever do with my therapist. Obviously, people were emotionally melting down before long. I wasn't comfortable doing the activity for obvious reasons, so I sat there awkwardly with the sticks and the string in my lap, and I was the only one not doing it, and it was obvious. And because I wasn't doing it, I had the opportunity to watch Annie and the leader, and it was chilling to say the least. Annie was doing some weird pyramid thing above her head with her arms. There were a lot of references to her as being a lighthouse and some sort of guiding figure throughout the meeting. She was the only one who wasn't doing the ritual, other than... And my friends would blame it on George. Yeah, Georgie. He's had me on his channel a few times. I'm always thankful for that. Dreams are like free movies your brain makes, but the budget's low, the plot makes no sense, and somehow your ex is always the lead actor. Yeah. For me, it's strange. Like, sometimes people say, like, the things that you talk about, like, right before your sleep is what you're going to be dreaming about. But for me, what I talk about prior to sleep tends not to be what I dream about. I tend to dream about stuff that I've, like, completely forgotten about for quite some time, or something that I've sort of buried deep within my, like, subconscious and sort of forgotten about. How many stories? We got 9 stories. Processing. Yeah, I'm always confused by that. Like, what is... I mean, I guess maybe you can kind of make the most sense out of something when you're in your dream, because if you've ever, like, spoken to somebody that exists within your dream world, they tend to sort of give you answers to whatever, like, almost unconsciously or instantaneously, which is sometimes why I wonder if, like, the dream world is sort of a crossover with the spiritual one as well. Claire Connolly, welcome back for 28 months, has got a brand new car this Thanksgiving. Would you ever make car decal stickers? I need a Buttersock one ASAP. Hope you and everyone have an epic weekend. Thank you, Claire. I thought of, I don't know. I guess whatever's on Spreadshirt, maybe you can take that design and, or feel free to take, or email me and I can send you, like, the PNG files and you can make decals for it if you want to do it in your own. But, yeah, if there's options to do that, I know sometimes on Spreadshirt you can do, you can take designs from a creator's website and then, like, go make, like, a custom thing that might not otherwise be on their page, and I think they still get paid for that or whatever. Oh man, if the zombie apocalypse started and you were in the survival group, do you think the skills you possess would make you a valuable member of the group? Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't be terrible, but honestly, I'm not someone that, like, really goes out of my way to be super survivalist, or, like, I've gone hunting maybe a handful of times. I don't really enjoy camping, though I've done it. I'm like capable, but I'm definitely not someone who you're going to show up to my place to take shelter in or whatever. Hey, Drawsmith, take care. Good to see you. Oh yeah, I guess the medical training maybe. I don't know, dude. I guess sometimes it's those things you don't really, like, think about, but let's hope that never happens. Though I always did have, like, stand-up comedy jokes in my head about everyone wishing for the zombie apocalypse, but then realizing it's probably going to be the worst thing ever because you'll be dead by the weekend. Like, then just, like, the traumatic experience of having to, like, shoot your grandma in the head because she tries to bite you. Well, that's true. My cardio is dog shit right now, so that wouldn't be very good. Gonna do a live stream for New Year's. Yeah, maybe. What's the 31st is a Tuesday. So maybe. Perhaps. Hey, Audrey, welcome back for a whole year. So, guys, it's been a year. I'm very grateful for you and narrating, Joel. I heart you all. Thank you, Audrey. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for a year. Very, very kind. Hope you're doing good. I always think about, like, in that scene with Shaun of the Dead, when the dude's standing by the window and, like, they smash through the window and grab him and then just, like, rip his guts out of his stomach and then rip him into pieces. I'm like, that's probably how fucking I'll end up going. Sitting there giving some sort of, like, inspirational speech and then just get ripped to shreds. Are you ever not in the mood to do the live feeds, or do you genuinely enjoy them? Sometimes I start off like kind of nervous because I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm going to talk about. But then as soon as they start, it always seems to like get easier or better as it begins. I could go live in a homeless shanty town just to get experience. Who's the comedian who said camping was the most miserable thing? I don't know. Me, I guess. It is kind of frustrating. Like, if you ever gone camping and then it's like, anytime it's ever gone beyond just like a night, I'm like, God damn it. I have to be disgusting and gross for another fucking night. And what are we going to have? Fucking mountain pies again? And hot dogs? Gross. She was the only one who wasn't doing the ritual other than the other leader, and they were both running it. And suddenly it occurred to me, as it probably did to you already, that Annie had been using this app just to bring people into their group. She was the only person who seemed to know everyone, yet no one there knew each other. Even the name of the group now made sense. They weren't being specific. They were casting a wide net, and I had this big realization in a handful of seconds, and it made my stomach turn. So yeah, I was done, but I couldn't get up because people were sharing their experiences and stuff and pouring their hearts out, and this was the most effed up part about it, in my opinion. There's no reason to do a releasing ceremony that forces people to feel their trauma, especially at the very first meeting. It's also inherently manipulative because it requires people to let their guard down, and then they can save the day by showing people how to release that very same pain they just inflicted. But that isn't the fault of the people there, so I didn't want to disrespect them. People were sobbing on top of my shoes that I left. People were sobbing on top of my shoes I left by the door. I had to wait for the best time to ask someone to pass them to me, and finally I got up and told everyone that I had to go to the car, and then just took off. I texted Annie and told her that I wouldn't be back and that I hoped that she found her people. Just make sure you're not her people, and be really careful of any spiritual ceremony or practice that demands vulnerability from you, especially directed by people who don't know you beyond a name. No, I thought this was going to be way scarier. Be really careful of any spiritual ceremony or practice that demands vulnerability from you, especially directed by people who don't know you beyond a name. Favorite Reddit story? Probably the one where the guy bans you for having any sort of thought that deviates from what the community's echo chamber thinks. Those tend to be the coolest ones and the coolest people. I was camping once and I woke up in the middle of the night and shined my flashlight up, and there were thousands of spiders on the roof on the outside. Couldn't go back. Yeah, that would be gross, knowing that they could squeak in there at any time. Do they leave by the morning, or do they just kind of inhabit the place with you? Question for Joel and Co. If someone is not answering DMs but still loving and commenting on all your posts, what does that mean exactly? I don't know. Maybe they deleted that specific message accidentally, and you just gotta send another one that says, "What the frick? Where the frick are you? I miss you so much, and I need you." Has Bigfoot ever tried to eat your cat? I think so. That's why I don't let him outside. He's gonna swallow per deep hole. What's up, Tree Flesh? What is good? God. That means they are a freak. Yeah, I don't know. Liking all of your posts but not responding to a message does seem kind of odd if you're like friends or whatever. Play Minecraft? Hell yeah. Rob, what are you doing, dude? What is the good news from the front lines? This started when I was at my childhood friend's apartment for what was supposed to be a fun little movie night. We hadn't hung out in a while and we were catching up. Her place was cozy, a little disorganized, and full of girly decor. We were on our comfiest sweatpants. Shite. Sometimes I say, never mind. We were in our comfiest sweatpants about to watch princess movies, and her apartment isn't the most tidy. Things are a bit scattered around, but it's clean and so authentic, which always made me feel at home, and we decided on ordering pizza for dinner. She mentioned that Sherwood, someone I hadn't met yet, would bring the pizza over, and at first I was not happy to hear that. I thought that meant that she invited other friends over. I thought that meant that she had invited other friends, a boy, over to join us, which wasn't what I had in mind, but I was in for a surprise. Sherwood turned out to be just our delivery guy for the night. He wasn't joining us, and when he got to the apartment there was this sort of awkward air about him. He was obviously nervous, fumbling a bit with the pizza boxes and not quite making eye contact. My friend introduced us quickly, and it was clear from her overly thankful demeanor that Sherwood did a lot more for her than just fetch dinner. After handing us the pizza, there was this brief moment of forced small talk. My friend was super nice to him despite his awkwardness, and he wasn't the best conversationalist and seemed really out of place. And then Sherwood asked for my number. I was in a tough spot because our mutual friend was sitting right there, so I just gave it to him. And yeah, we chatted for maybe 5 minutes before my friend gave him a cue to leave with something like, "Well, thanks so much for dropping this off." And he seemed to get the hint. We both gave him a hug before my friend said something like, "Well, drive safe," giving him another kind of cue to leave. When I asked my friend what that was all about, she basically explained that Sherwood was her unpaid personal assistant. He did her grocery shopping, he dropped off pizza, and he did this... That's pretty funny. See, girls, that's what you need to do. If a guy likes you, you need to turn him sort of into like a slave zombie. If you say you don't want to date him, it's like you got to get some use out of him, especially if he's going to stick around. So you got to play this like sort of little tightrope situation with like manipulating their feelings and hoping that they don't eventually strangle you to death for not giving them what they want, but you're using them every day. Have you thought about making a gaming channel? I thought about it, but it's like I barely ever, like I can't even do my normal gaming streams that I want to do on Saturdays. So I feel like I wouldn't keep up with like the gaming aspect or really even care that much. Like if I had to be a gaming channel, like I wasn't really too excited about the whole Dragon Age Origins or whatever. What's a Dragon Age Veilguard game, you know? And say I didn't like it, right? I usually can tell if like I even like a game prior to even playing it. And if I have to like sit there and play through a game for 70 hours just to like create content and it's like a drag for me, I feel like, I mean, if I was getting paid good money to do it, maybe, but other than that, it would just be kind of mental. Do you think it's scary to imagine that humans are the most intelligent life form in the universe, or that there is a more intelligent life form out there? That's true, yeah. I guess the question of like what the Fermi paradox or whatever, or the whole like just us being completely alone. I don't know. And honestly, I feel like it doesn't really matter, you know? You're still kind of just... I think the abstract thing about like hoping that there's something more intelligent in yourself, it's really no different than like hoping that there's like a god or something of that nature, where you just kind of like are trying to make sense of reality and maybe thinking that perhaps there's some type of like caretakers that will come and like fix our zoo that we've made dirty, you know, or whatever. But honestly, I don't imagine that there will be any zoo keepers to come give us our slop. What do you want from a woman, men? Basically, they have to be good at like walking on stilts. And if they're not good at that, and they can't also dress up in like a big clown costume while walking on the stilts, it's sort of just like a deal breaker. And if they fall and like smack their head on the concrete while doing so, it's just like, I feel like that's probably like one of the most embarrassing things you could do as a girl. Just like have a huge hemorrhage. Okay, yeah, so sexy tall clowns, whatever. They just better not be clumsy. Because kind of an ick. Kind of an ick for me whenever tall clowns are just not very coordinated. Just kills the whole vibe of me climbing up their body like a tree house. New ick unlocked. He did her grocery shopping, he dropped off pizza, and he did all this other stuff. I think Sherwood was just a really lonely guy desperate for interaction, especially female interaction. My friend and I were both young and immature back then, and we were about 23, but I think we both knew something was seriously wrong with Sherwood. It was a little hard to articulate because we couldn't point out exactly what his problem was. Sherwood started a group chat with my friend and I, and he just sent a meme or two maybe every week, and it felt like he was trying to stay relevant without being intrusive. Maybe he was used to being sidelined or even blocked by every other girl in the past, and it felt like he was trying to make me remember him, but also carefully trying not to give me a reason to block him too. I can't speak on his behalf, and that's just what it felt like. Sherwood also offered help with errands. The first time I said, thanks for asking, but no, and he asked every weekend after that. One day I made the mistake of accepting his help, and I knew better. I had recently found a great deal for a new washing machine on Craigslist, but I had no idea how to pick it up and install it. And when I mentioned it in the chat, Sherwood excitedly volunteered to take care of the whole thing. He handled the whole pickup and installation like a total champ, which saved me so much hassle. I tried to pay him for his efforts because I wanted to show appreciation, but he wouldn't accept any money. I insisted, and eventually he suggested that I could repay him by joining him for a hike. What? Okay, well, I was uneasy about that, and it felt a bit too personal and almost like it could be mistaken for a date. But Sherwood framed it as nothing more than a friendly outing, like a transaction to balance out the favor, and I agreed to the hike. I rationalized it by telling myself it was a fair trade for installing the washing machine and that it was genuinely a form of payment, especially since I didn't think that he had too many friends. This hike felt like maybe a way for him to have some companionship, and I thought that it might be a nice way of helping him, and part of me was still uneasy about spending time with him in such an isolated setting. The day of the hike, Sherwood picked this trail that was nearby, and I had been there before. It's gorgeous. As we walked along together, he chatted about ordinary things like work, the weather, and his hobbies. Everything seemed normal until he suggested we go off the main path to see something special he wanted to share. Like, what could that even mean? He received the secluded... He decided to eat me. A hike. Yeah, I guess a hike is kind of a weird thing. I'm actually Sherwood in this story, you guys might not know. Is 5'11" considered short king, or am I approaching culture by... Honestly, I feel like if you're 5'11", if I was a woman, I probably would have like I would get like a magnifying glass out, and even if I was 5 feet tall, I would point it up at you and be like, I can't even see you. I can't even, you're so tiny. I think men love being useful and needed. Yeah, for sure. Faux show. I think that's sort of the natural exchange between women and men, is men want to have sex and procreate or whatever, even though procreation is like the goal of the woman as well, but there tends to be sort of an exchange for like resources and usefulness or whatever. Not saying that that's always the case, because relationships change depending on modernity or culture or whatever the fuck, but I think it's relatively built into us at this point as monkey people. If you could know everything the U.S. government knows about alien life forms and their access to our planet, would you want to know, or would you rather live in ignorance? I think maybe ignorance would probably be better, because it sounds like everyone sort of always says that they wish they never went down that direction once they know about it. Envying the blissful ignorance of others. My last ex always complained about his back hurting when hugging. That's weird. Maybe he had some sort of like herniated disc or something like that, or some sort of issue. What's up, Connie? How we doing? We are the aliens, true. We're the most exciting aliens ever, especially when you see us in the malls. We reached this secluded spot, and there, oh my gosh. Oh, that's a big jump. Here, listen to this next sentence. We reached this secluded spot, and there, my God, was a dead body. My heart pounded so violently as Sherwood stood there, so eerily calm and nonchalant. The casualness in his demeanor made me feel even more uneasy. It felt like he wasn't just showing me a dead body, but also revealing this darker side of himself. It smelled bad, but not like in the movies. I didn't know how long it had been there. I'm not a biologist, but my guess is that it smelled a lot worse before, but now it had gone down, I guess. And at that moment I mumbled some excuse about needing to get back quickly and started walking briskly towards the main path. I was urging Sherwood to follow me, and I thought maybe this was some twisted mind game, like a way to intimidate me or show that he wasn't just some harmless little boy. Maybe he was trying to send a message that said, "You should know that I'm familiar with things like this." Oh, there's another possibility. Maybe he just wanted me to think about him more. And sometimes when I talk to people, I feel like they only notice me for the time that we're together, and then they won't think of me again until the next time we meet. It's possible Sherwood felt that way with me, and maybe he thought showing me a dead body would make him feel less forgettable. I have no idea. I had a million thoughts going through my head. But on the surface, he seemed oblivious to how insane this was. And as we walked back together, I was in full fight-or-flight mode, instinctively looking around to see if there was some other hikers or rangers, anyone who would make me feel like I wasn't alone in this. The moment I spotted someone else on the trail, I called out. Not to expose Sherwood, but just asking for directions back to the parking area. I wanted to make sure Sherwood and I wouldn't be left alone together, and I asked this gentleman to walk us back to the parking lot. I wasn't going to take no for an answer, and I kept pretending like I was confused about his directions, and eventually he just agreed to walk us out there. Getting help from that guy was my way of re-anchoring myself to safety and reality, while I was still under the shock of this nightmare of what Sherwood had shown me. We got to the parking area, and there I called my friends and told her that I was with Sherwood, and I suggested that he could drop me off with her and that we'd be there in 20 minutes. And Sherwood seemed to agree. And that was my way of making sure that if anything did happen, it was on the record. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Did Sherwood kill this dude? Dude, if this story ends where they just, like, don't get some closure on what the fuck that dead body was. See, that's what most women make their mistake. Do not be afraid to offend. Just today I told a guy who invited me to hang out at his place, and I told him, not going to chill at a stranger's place. Yeah, and that's 100% reasonable. And I think sometimes that, because men in their experience, I mean, really anybody, men and women in their experiences with, like, communicating with the opposite sex, since sometimes it's, like, relatively newer for folks if they're kind of just used to only interacting with women or only used to interacting with men, being honest about things such as, well, I don't really want to be isolated with a man, makes them realize, like, oh, yeah, that doesn't make sense, and no one's ever told me that, so thank God you have established a boundary, and now I will not say those weird things to people in the future. See? It's like training a dog. You have now trained the dog. Do you remember the story, Joe? Which story? Sorry. Did you type something earlier? I read this before. No, I don't remember the Sherwood story at all, honestly. Normally I'm pretty good at like remembering stuff. I 100% read the story? Really? Wait. Well, this is from 1 month ago. So how long ago did you think that I read this, though? Because I haven't done a Reddit story, I think, in over, like, close to a month. So the only way I would have read this one would have to have been, well, it says 3 weeks ago. So what was the exact date? November 7th. So, yeah, 3 weeks ago. No, I don't think so, unless, let's see. This person's, that's their username. And I don't see their username in the ones from 3 weeks ago. And then the one before that's even longer. So if this is the first time they posted this specific story, posts, I'm just going through their history. Yeah, and they only have 3 posts, and this was one from 1 month ago, and then Am I the Asshole, and then Off My Chest. So yeah, I don't think, unless this person like stole the story from someone else, which would be really odd to do if they only have 3 posts and they're not like farming any karma or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and the name Sherwood would have like 100% stuck out to me if they were like saying it or whatever, but I appreciate you looking out though. That was my way of making sure that if anything happened, it was on the record that Sherwood was the last person to have been with me. Also, I immediately texted my friend what had happened to get that on record too. When I got to her apartment, we said thanks to Sherwood and kindly told him to go away. I had already turred her. Wait, sorry. What's farming karma? Well, like on Reddit, sometimes you get like internet points based on your posts and stuff. So like, I don't know. I don't really know why people farm karma on like accounts. Maybe so they can sell the accounts later or something. But usually it's like low effort karma farming to like get an account that's like new up to posting standards for like another subreddit or something. I don't really know, honestly. I had already told her through text, but then I started going into all the detail. The fact that the body had insects, the fact that the face was decomposing but still recognizable, and her reaction was obviously pure horror. Not just about the dead body, but also how nonchalantly Sherwood had treated this whole situation. She confessed that she always sensed something was off about him, even though she never imagined anything this disturbing. We both agreed that we needed to remove Sherwood from our lives, and she admitted that she felt stuck and that she became too reliant on Sherwood to just fire him cold turkey. We planned out how we would do it. It was this gradual phasing out plan. We would limit our interactions to times when others were present, and we would slowly reduce our responses to his texts. I would never ask him, you know what would make a lot more fucking sense? Calling the fucking police. What the fuck? What? This is like the dumbest fucking response to a dead body. Dude, if the first person you saw on the trail, wouldn't it make 100% more sense if, like, she ran up to her and, like, that guy found a fucking dead body. I don't fucking a dead body. There's a dead body. Or just, like, sprinting away. I don't know. We decided to phase out the murderer out of our life. If he literally let you go, immediately use your cellular device to contact... I don't know. It's fucking stupid as shit. I don't know. We better get an answer. This story is 100% made up garbledy-goop. Oh my god. We planned out how we would do it. It was this gradual phasing out plan. We would limit our interactions to times when others were present, and we would slowly reduce our responses. God damn it. And we would slowly reduce our responses to his texts. I would never ask for his help again, and my friend would ask for less and less help. Sherwood kept texting during weekends, offering to run errands or asking if anything. Sherwood kept texting during weekends, offering to run errands or asking if we needed anything, to which my friend would reply, "I'm trying to work on being more independent, but you've really been such a help." And eventually, as my friend started dating someone new, she introduced Sherwood to her boyfriend, and Sherwood never contacted her after that. I had called the cops the same night of the incident, but it was a while before we heard any news about it. At least a full month later, a news report confirmed discovering a dead body in that area where Sherwood had been taking me hiking. They made an arrest of... A full month later? A full fucking month later? Like, look, okay, we're not done exact. We got like a little bit more here, but I'm already looking at the responses in the Reddit thread, and I'm like, shouldn't the top hold on a second. They made an arrest, not of Sherwood, but of this other guy that Sherwood followed on Instagram. I have no idea if Sherwood was connected to this murder, and reflecting on everything, I think there's one clear moral of the story. Trust your instincts. Yeah, and your instincts should have been to fucking immediately go to the... Okay, this is the top comment on this most absurd story. You handled that really well, pretending to not understand the direction so the hiker walks with you, and also calling your friend that you were with Sherwood super smart. Super smart, dude. Super smart playing the long haul game with Sherwood instead of literally utilizing public services that are kind of made to stop things such as murderers. It's really scary. I'm glad you're okay. Stay safe and away from Sherwood. I don't know if police have or are looking further into Sherwood, like his backstory, his research logs, his activities, his pathological backgrounds, or keeping a close eye on him after the incident, but they definitely should. Nothing other than insanity, ill intentions, and or evil can... I mean, I guess this actually does make sense, but it's also... Is there anyone be like, why the fuck didn't you immediately... Well, I guess if all these people like this story, maybe... Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm just too much of a dang Freddy the Fish detective. I start asking the hard-hitting questions right out the gate. I don't know. I almost feel like there needs to be... Internally freaking out, I called the cops that same night and reported the incident, but it was a while before we heard any news about it. At least a full month later, a news report confirmed discovering a dead body in that area of the woods where Sherwood had taken me hiking. They made an arrest, but not of Sherwood, but of this other guy that Sherwood followed on Instagram. I have no idea if Sherwood was connected to this murder, and now, reflecting on that nightmare long later, I think there's one clear moral story. But now, reflecting on everything about that nightmare a while later, I think there's one clear moral of this story. Trust your instincts. One fucking month. I didn't want to get get Sherwood in trouble. He was a nice guy. He just happened to know where a body was. Do I have siblings? I do, yeah. I got 2 brothers. There's a story where a girl snuck out at night and saw someone she was 99% was a killer. Police were looking for that area. Managed to get back home, and she never told anyone because she... Anyways, I was thinking about starting with that one, but I'm almost like the ridiculousness of it just seems so kind of crazy that I don't even know if I can. When's my birthday? It's in June. My birthday! Yay! That we are more our thoughts than we may know. Our subconscious mind is very powerful. Sorry, sometimes I think people are like responding to stuff that I said a while ago because their stream isn't like live. Are you in Australia? I am currently not in Australia. I was 16 and I had met this kid down the street from my house. He said that he saw me around and that we should hang out, and I figured why not. So I gave him my number and told him to hit me up. The next weeks come and the next week comes around and I get a text from him asking if I wanted to play basketball, and of course I did. He asked if I smoked weed, and I did, and asked me to bring some, which isn't out of the ordinary for teenagers. I brought a couple of friends since we were going to play sports, and to be honest, I was really stoned by the time I got there. It was a little out of our neighborhood, but it wasn't a bad hood, so I wasn't bothered, and I was an idiot for that. It was a gang who ambushed us as soon as we got out of the car. They violently beat me and my 2 friends, and I got it the worst. There were 3 of them on each of us. They stabbed my best friend, not very badly though, and they choked me unconscious, held a gun to my head, and pistol whipped me. They ran my pockets and got my cell phone and wallet. And I swear at one point I actually did die because I literally soiled myself when I went unconscious. And I was drenched in my own blood. My nose was broken, both eyes swelled shut later, and they had to wake me up because I drove a stick shift and nobody could drive my car. My attacker literally had to resuscitate me in order to... What the fuck? Their attacker resuscitated them. Yeah, the year is 2025. You guys need to catch up. Also, yeah, there's a thing in the chat where you can organize it by top messages and live chat, so you can like see everybody's messages in case you miss it. My attacker literally had to resuscitate me in order for me to leave, and I stopped at a gas station because I had soiled my pants and I couldn't see with blood in my eyes, and as soon as I got in, the clerk's jaw dropped. "Where's the bathroom?" I remember saying, and he pointed the direction. I cleaned up the best I could and then drove home. I got home, called the cops, and showered, and the cops obviously thought it was my fault for being an idiot. Nonetheless, an undercover showed up and knew exactly who robbed me because we lived on the same street 2 blocks apart. It turns out they had turned him informant and he reneged on the deal and... What is going on? Is this a real story? Does this sound real? I didn't even know Pennsylvania was a real place. I heard of it in Orange is the New Black and thought it was some random name. Until Joel did I know it was real. It's the realest place you've ever heard of. It turns out they had wait. It's just some of these stories just don't sound real in the sense, like, it just don't seem like how real people would react in a situation. Like, if someone beat the... I mean, maybe that's how teenage kids who are in a quote-unquote gang would maybe react. Like, wake somebody up that you just beat the shit out of or something. I don't know. It just seems really weird. It turns out they had turned him informant and had reneged on the deal and robbed the buyers in the controlled buy. I told them how violent they were and swore that they would kill someone. I did a photo lineup, but they all looked the same to me, so there was really no case. And 2 months later, the cops knocked on the door. My mom was super pro-cop and told me that I was asleep in my room and turned them loose on me. And they woke me up and held up a photo and said, "Who's this?" How would I know? I've never seen this person before. You called this person from your cell phone. The cell phone I reported stolen in a violent robbery to the police? And they looked stunned and stupid. They beat me almost to death. You should probably go read the police report. And they apologized and explained that my cell phone had been used to set up a robbery and the person in the photo had been shot to death. I told you guys they'd kill the next guy. And they came in blazing glory and left in shame. I have PTSD from all of this now and have kept tabs on my assailant for 17 years. I have no ability to really trust anybody, and not even those closest to me. I don't really get it. What is it? What happened? It does sound kind of real, but I'm like, the cops this fucking stupid? That's like the most embarrassing part, when you realize that the cops are like that fucking dumb. 2 months later, the cops knock on the door. Okay. My mom was super pro-cop and told them I was asleep in my room and turned them loose on me. They woke me up and held a photo and said, "Who's this?" How would I know? I've never seen this person before. You called this person from your cell phone. The cell phone that I reported stolen in a violent robbery to the police. Oh, I see. Okay, so they used the phone and they look stunned and stupid. They beat me almost to death. You should probably go read that police report. They apologized and explained that my cell phone had been used to set up a robbery and the person in the photo had been shot to death. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. I told you guys. Interesting. That sucks. It's weird sometimes, like, it just seems like cops are so fucking lazy when it comes, like, obviously those will be detectives, wouldn't they, coming around checking things, but they just, like, don't go through the reports. At this point, you could probably have, like AI just, like, contemplate every report and then make, like, cross-reference things to, like, have people check in on stuff. I feel like that would actually be a sick kind of system. Like, every police report that's ever done gets put into, like, a larger AI system, kind of like a fingerprint database, and then it cross-references stuff to find connections between different things. What's up, Balloon? How you doing? Do you make music? We're gonna check your music out now. You're gonna get put on the spot. Balloon X Arctap Desperate. Can we listen to it? Do we have your permission to listen to a song? Sweet, let's do it. You want this one? Oh, your popular one? We'll do the popular one. Here we go. Volume up. Oh, thanks, Balloon. Appreciate you. I like to listen to people's content they create and see what they do. What's up, Astrid? It definitely gives me the vibes of Vampire Survivors. I've been playing that a lot lately. My sensitive womanly ears. Is it too loud? That's dope, though. We won't spoil the rest of it for everybody. Go check it out if you guys want to hear more. Thank you, bro. Always enjoy listening to other people's stuffs. Yeah, Castlevania vibes, which is, one of the bigger inspirations for Vampire Survivors, all that good stuff. Boom, boom. All right. My boyfriend and I live in a big party city, so we're pretty used to strange neighbors and odd people. But 1 month ago, we had a really unsettling encounter. We just got the full context today. We live in a subunit of a larger house, and our landlord and one other person live in the other units of the house, and we noticed that our landlord had brought a few different dates over to the house. We didn't mind, and we weren't surprised when a girl was walking around the property. Last month, we went to sleep at about midnight and woke up 30 minutes later to knocks at the door. I told my boyfriend not to open it, but he said it was the girl that we saw earlier. I still felt very uneasy about the situation, so I put my clothes on and grabbed my keys and picked up our dog in case I had to run out the back door. I then go stand in the hallway next to the front door so I can hear the conversation, but she can't see me. She sounds very drunk and she tells my boyfriend that she's my landlord's fiancée. I'm somewhat confused by this because our landlord's other dates... I am somewhat confused by this because of our landlord's other dates. However, she starts talking about how we're good tenants and mentions personal details about us, so we assume that she actually is his fiancée. She asked my boyfriend for a lighter for a cigarette, and we expect this to be the end of the interaction, but she then tells my boyfriend that our landlord is at a hotel cheating on her right now. My boyfriend responds with, "Oh, wow." And then she started flirting with my boyfriend. She invited him to come swim in our landlord's pool with her, and he declined. Now I'm starting to get less scared and more annoyed with this chick. She's rambling about a bunch of different topics and basically holding my boyfriend hostage. And finally, she gets to our neighbors. She starts going on this sort of racist rant about them using slurs that I have literally... How's the snow? Actually, there was a little bit of flurries the other day, but I haven't gotten any official snow really yet. She starts going on some racist rant about them, using slurs that I have literally never heard in real life because they're that bad. And at this point, I'm pretty sick of this woman, so I step into the door frame and tell her that we have to wake up early. She was clearly shocked by me showing up, and this is when her face changes. She glares at me, and suddenly we aren't good tenants anymore, and she calls us white trash for not taking our garbage bins out in time for trash day. She screams that she's going to get us evicted if we don't get on her good side, and at this point we just close the door in her face. We had a really long discussion about whether or not we should complain to our landlord about her, and we assumed that he actually was dating this girl and that she was... Dun, 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 dun. Don't spam in chat, please. That's awesome. I'm trying Valhalla. Oh yeah. Almost my medicine time. Yeah, we still got quite a few stories to go, but I also might take some time to urinate soon. Hey, Tiny Van, good to see you. I just put him on timeout. I don't know why people like just spam a bunch of messages for no reason. Maybe they just want attention, I suppose. Maybe they're drunk. You never know. Sometimes people could actually be on like fentanyl, just typing shit in the chat, and they just have no idea. Maybe they think I'm God, and God is not responding. Am I good? Yeah, I'm good. Which slurs? Let's see the list. Alright, they actually listed them down here in the description. Alright. Ooh, that one's scary. We assumed that he actually was dating this girl and that she just happened to be crazy. She probably caught him cheating and was trying to sleep with my boyfriend for revenge or something, but realized that wasn't going to happen. Eventually, we decided to text him. He apologized for the situation but was very vague. He doesn't mention that she is not his fiancée and that he'll remove her, and we assume that this is the end of it. For the last month, she's been blasting music, banging on the walls, taking things out of the shed, and coming into our section of the backyard in the middle of the night. And I was absolutely terrified the first week and couldn't sleep at all. I would stay up all night listening to sounds and staring at our back window to see if she was in our yard, and eventually I just kind of got used to it. Our landlord had basically vanished. We hadn't seen him for the entire month until today. And today my boyfriend is walking our dog when he sees our landlord back on his porch, and our landlord finally tells us the full story. He went on a few dates with this woman and she seemed totally normal. Eventually, they go back to his section of the house, and when he wakes up, she's behaving much differently. He asks her to head out while he goes to work, and he asks her to head... Oh, I see. Why does kitty fur smell so good after they've been outside? Is it like whenever they get like the sun on their fur or something like that? Because yeah, Pradeep kind of smells nice when he's been all heated up from the sun. Dog farts. He smells like dog farts. Been listening to you for years, listening to sleeping while at work. Oh, thank you, Spencer. Appreciate you. He asks her to head out while he's at work, and he comes back and she's still there. And it turns out that this is what she does. She goes home with men and invades their home until they get her lawfully evicted. And my landlord went to a different property for a month while he worked on a case to get her evicted. And we found out that she got served an eviction warning the same day that she came to our house, and that's why she was flirting with my boyfriend in an attempt to squat in our home. And that's why she was so angry when she found out that I lived there too. My landlord actually negotiated a way to get her out of the house a few days earlier. He brought her... God damn it, my brain is like farting so hard right now. I'm shitting and farting. Boom, tsh, boom, tsh. My landlord actually negotiated a way to get her out of the house a few days early. He bought her a one-way flight to another state, so if you live in the Midwest, watch out. She's coming north, and I'm very thankful that it's over here. A hobosexual, literally, yeah. Pretty popular though, a few locations. What are you talking about? Sorry, I keep reading out of context chat. Alright, I gotta go pee right quick. You ever wish Corpse Husband would get back to the Scary Story Nation he used to? Does he still make music? What's he even been doing? I hope he's doing alright. I feel like this time of year is, depressing for everyone. Corpse. 1 year ago, got a song. Man, a whole year since a 2-minute song. Pretty exciting. Alright, dudes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna probably make some more tea too while I go to the bathroom. Sorry. B B B B B B B R B B B B B. Yep. Obama. You heard me peeing. As you should. I was gonna take a nap with Pradeep, but I thought, nah, better get back. Better get back to the people. They need me. The Gladiator 2 good. I haven't heard any good things about it, sadly. I feel like it was like one of the most unnecessary movies to be made ever. What kind of tea am I drinking? It's called Throat Goat tea. It's pretty chill. Yo, Gemini, what's up, dude? How you doing? Pradeep is good. He is sitting at my feet, awaiting orders. Anybody seen Wicked? I have not seen Wicked. Not really. I mean, I do like musicals, but I don't know. Not super stoked about that one. Honestly, neither really. There's really nothing in Hollywood that I'm like too excited about anymore. I know. Think of some new ideas. This is really weird. I don't get what's going on. It's like the gaming industry shit, the movie industry seems to be more and more shit. Like there's just like hardly anything to get excited about anymore. And yet it just like continues to progress that way. Heretic was not good? Oh, that's people said it was good. How am I doing? I'm good though. Wait for AI movies. I did see some. Honestly, some of the art styles that the AI movies can do where it's like sort of, I don't even know, like the dark fantasy stuff. Like as soon as that dark fantasy stuff like actually begins to be like motion, like very motion oriented and like legitimate scenes, like that's gonna be fucking nuts. All the good producers got arrested. Well, that might be the case too, yeah. Was the prequel Quiet Place good? I didn't think so. I mean, I saw it in theaters when I was in Australia, and it was, I don't know. Like, they added a cat in there for some reason. The cat made no fucking sense. Like, I know for a goddamn 100% certainty that if Pradeep existed in the Quiet Place situation, he would, especially if he had a little dumb bell around his neck, like, I'd be dead instantaneously from him slip-slopping around. And then also just being terrified and like taking off and never seeing him again. The original Quiet Place wasn't even good. Yeah, I guess that's arguable too. It wasn't terrible, but it was something. And I feel like the second one kind of expanded in a way that felt relatively like an improvement. But the prequel one would just seem so pointless. Because it was sort of like the second one in the sense that it was just showing what was happening from a different perspective, but it really didn't feel like exemplary in the fact that it did it. I really didn't give a shit about like the main character or like there was like no other side characters either, or there was a side character, but they were even more boring and like pointless. I was born in Moscow, Russia in the early 90s, but my brother was born in 1980, and this is his story. I was about 7 to 8 years old, and me, along with my friends, were the absolute biggest idiots in terms of doing dangerous stuff. We would make smoke bombs, fireworks, etc. out of anything that we found, and did tons of stupid other stuff. Russia in the late 80s resembled the post-apocalyptic wasteland that you see in movies in a lot of places, mainly because there was really no law and order, so no one cared. You were able to buy crazy things off the streets. My father was once offered an old rocket launcher, and with this, parents often just let their kids sort of screw around in these places, so we would do other stupid stuff in these abandoned buildings. Well, one day, we were messing around when one of my friends noticed someone lurking nearby. We didn't really care, we were used to seeing weird stuff, but after a bit we noticed the person was not really moving, just sort of stood there. When he noticed we had seen him, the man slowly walked into view. A large, bald man, black coat, a nice one, likely an import, which was expensive at the time, and American sneakers, also very expensive. He didn't really greet us or anything, but must have seen me looking at his shoes because he just said, "Like my shoes? I've more if you want them. Come on." Now, a few things really unnerved any of us, but this dude definitely did. If you know anything about Russia in that era, this dude looked like someone you did not want to mess with. The kicker, though, once he turned around, my friend noticed that he had a gun in his pants. And the second he saw that, he just yelled "gun" and booked it, and we all just sort of scattered. I just heard the guy loudly curse and didn't see him again. And now if the story ended here, it would have been just a creepy encounter, but sometime later, we were no longer allowed to play in that area. I found out much later that they had found another child beaten to death with a rock in that building shortly after our experience. And to be honest, as a kid I never really thought much about this until my parents told me about the death, at which point the dots connected and I realized what we potentially ran away from. Beaten with a rock. What a way to go. Have you seen the trailer for Mickey 17? No, what's that about? A few years ago, I, a 35-year-old male, had a terrifying experience that still haunts me today. I was living in a busy city at the time, and I just finished a late shift at work. It was around 10 p.m., and I was walking home through the quieter side streets of my neighborhood. I'm someone who's always been somewhat cautious, so I was alert, keeping an eye out for any unusual activity. As I walked down the street, I noticed a guy about 20 feet behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. He seemed just like another person walking the same route. But something about his movements caught my attention. He wasn't walking in a normal manner. He was clearly trying to keep his distance, but his pace matched mine no matter how fast or slow I went. And after a few blocks, I decided to take a detour. I turned onto a side street that was a little less populated, hoping that he wouldn't follow. I checked over my shoulder, and sure enough, he was still there. And it's hard to describe, but I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My instincts told me something wasn't right. I crossed the street, hoping that would throw him off, but he crossed too without hesitation. And I thought, okay, this is weird now. And I had to make a decision. I wasn't that far from home, but something about this guy's persistence made me uncomfortable. I decided to stop at a nearby 24/7 convenience store to try and lose him. The store was empty, save for the cashier, who barely looked up from their phone. I quickly grabbed a drink and stood by the door, hoping to see if this guy would pass by. He didn't. He stopped right outside the store, and at this point, I could see his face clearly through the glass, and he was staring directly at me. I panicked and ran back into the aisles, trying to calm down, and I could hear his footsteps growing louder as he approached the door. I couldn't stay any longer. I tried to pay, but I was so rattled that I couldn't focus on anything. The cashier just stared at me, probably wondering why I looked so frantic. I threw the drink on the counter, paid quickly, and bolted out the door. I ran down another street, not wanting to look back, but knowing that I had to. I didn't see him for a while, but my heart slowly started to calm down. But as I turned the corner to my street, I saw him again, standing at the far end of the block. It was like he had been waiting there the whole time. I wasn't sure what to do next. I considered calling the police, but he hadn't really done anything illegal, just sort of followed me for a while, and I didn't want to overreact. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a coincidence. He was still standing there, watching me, and now he was closer. I took a deep breath, checked both ways, and made a beeline for my apartment building, not daring to look back until I was inside. When I got to the apartment, I locked the door and stayed there, staring out the window for what felt like hours. I didn't see him again after that night, but the whole experience left me unsettled for weeks. I never felt comfortable walking home alone late at night after that, even though I've lived in the city my entire life. I still wonder if I was just being paranoid, but there was something off about the way he followed me. It felt intentional, and it left me with a gut feeling I couldn't shake. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Oh. My cat's coughing. What are you doing? I'm part of your dream blunt rotation. That would be fun. I wouldn't mind smoking a blunt. Sucking a blunt. Smoking a blunt, getting real blunt about it. I should probably upvote all these so I know I read them later. Freaking later, dude. Alright. Oh, nice crawl space story. Freaking crawl space story, dudes. Get ready. Oh, Joey should travel the world and do live international live streams. I should, honestly. I wish I liked traveling more. I just remember when I went to, Australia, it was, such a fucking... It was such a slog, you know what I mean? Fly to one airport, 5-hour layover. Fly to another airport, 5-hour layover. Fly to another airport, multiple hour layover. Fly 19 hours across the world or more. Another fucking layover. You know what I mean? It's just like, holy shit, dude. My immune system cannot handle all this shitty sleep mixed with foreign bacteria. And just even whenever you travel one day to what was it, Florida? I just, it's something like that, or California. I feel like if I do travel, maybe it would make more sense to travel in individual spurts. So you travel for a week here and then you travel for a week there. Been to Europe. I have not been to Europe. I do really want to go to Germany though, or something. Go to the UK. Go, really everywhere would be sick to visit. Do you have the immune system of a Victorian child? I mean, my immune system's fine. It's just one of those things where anytime you just don't get good sleep, you're just sniffling like a beast. And I don't know, anytime you travel, you're man, yeah, just going to Australia was 48 total hours of traveling, right? But it's even more confusing because you're sometimes traveling backwards in time. And I just remember when I got back to America, I thought that I could, well, actually I did pass out pretty hard, I remember, but it was I passed out hard at noon and slept till 10 p.m. And then that was probably the worst thing I could have done, honestly, because then my sleep was just super screwed. After 10 years of flying, I could lick a public bathroom doorknob and not get sick. In fact, I do it. Ever been to Delaware? I think I've passed through Delaware while driving. I don't specifically recall it too much. What's up, Knox? How we doing? This happened to me about 5 years ago, and even now, I get chills just thinking about it. I was renting a small house in a quiet neighborhood at the time. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was cozy, affordable, and had a lot of character. The only thing I didn't love was the crawl space under the house. The access door to it was in the laundry room, a square wooden hatch flush with the door. It was locked from the outside, and I had never had any reason to open it, and I figured it was just pipes, cobwebs, and the usual creepy crawl space stuff. One evening, I came home late from work, and it had been a stressful day, and all I wanted was to shower and collapse into bed. As I stepped inside, I noticed something strange. My laundry room light. As I stepped inside, I noticed something strange. My laundry room light was on. I was sure that I had turned it off that morning, but I chalked it up to being absent-minded in my rush to turn it off again. That night I woke up at around 2 a.m. to a very faint noise, and at first I thought it was just the wind, but as I lay there, I realized that it was coming from the laundry room, a sort of soft, rhythmic thumping sound. My heart started to race, and I debated whether to get up and check it or just stay in bed and hope it stopped. Curiosity got the better of me, so I grabbed my phone for light and tiptoed to the laundry room. When I opened the door, everything was quiet. But then I saw it. The hatch to the crawl space was slightly ajar, and my stomach dropped. I distinctly remembered it being locked, and there was no way that I could have accidentally opened it. Trying to stay calm, I convinced myself that it might be an animal that had somehow gotten in. I shut the hatch tightly and placed a heavy box of detergent on top of it before going back to bed. The next day I called the landlord. Sus sound. We have a sussy baka sound afoot. Prague, Czechoslovakia is perhaps the most beautiful city I've ever seen. Check out the photos. You know what would be insane? If for some reason, every year, there's like commercial airliners that just like crash over like the ocean. And yeah, like they just, for years and years, they just try to cover it up or whatever. And just like don't tell anybody. But it comes out like in major leaks that, do you have a loved one that just has disappeared and you wonder what happened? Well, they crashed. Like a year ago when I just heard your podcast, I thought you were an AI voice because how each word you say the same. I know, I do have a very like AI-esque sort of, not enunciation, but sort of pattern of speech. My old lady cat is obsessed with sleeping in my son's crib. She won't chill with him while he's awake, but literally every day she sleeps with him. Oh, that's cute. I'm bothering Pradeep right now. Hey, Mike. Thank you. Good to see you. Didn't someone rip off your voice? Someone did use AI voice for to steal my voice at one point, which I thought was funny because there was another episode they did where they used a slight variation of it. I guess you could change it using it or whatever. And honestly, they probably could have got away with doing that, but instead they went right back to using my stuff, and I don't know. Yeah, they were from India. Hey, Axeman. Oh, hey there. There you are. Oh, round pixel. Nice, dude. Thank you. I'm going to check it out. Photoshop tag. Yeah, maybe, because it's like red against like a, it looks cool. Like the scene looks freaking sick. Almost thinking like maybe if there's like, you know, just a little bit of like shadow behind it or something of that nature to help it contrast to the background. Otherwise, like the bright blue and the bright red kind of like with the white kind of, it's really hard to like read the scary Reddit stuff, but the scene looks really, really cool. That thing, Joel, that thing we're working on, I finished it. Axeman actually made something. Let's go, dude. Axeman has made an animation. And it is going to be in a video. Oh, wait a second, Axeman, it could be in this video maybe, actually. Do you think? Do you think we have time? Because since it's going to be like a true scary story and this is a Reddit story thing, do you think this could be in tomorrow's, like the featured story in tomorrow's video? Perhaps? So, I know you won't see my text, but thanks for the vids. I hate the commercials, though. When I'm trying to sleep, you're very good. Oh, thank you, Jay. Good to see you. Would you rather be silenced with a gag ball or spanked with a paddle? I guess the paddle, probably. The gag ball sounds yucky and annoying. What's your favorite kind of stories? Like ones that I like the paranormal ones. You need to narrate it first. I'm sending it to you now. The ball is entirely in your court. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't narrate it yet. So it's over email? I guess we can narrate it tonight, huh? Throw it on the list. When's the next gaming stream? I hope soon. I wanted to do it Saturday, but I couldn't think of like a game that would like run well on my PC, and I also just didn't feel like doing anything. Which email are you sending it to, Axmon? Just let me know. No worries. Fireball. Okay. Followed 24-hour convenient. Did we get to the end of this one? Left me a gut feeling couldn't shake. Oh, we're still in this one. Man in the crawl space. A deer. Joel the troll. Okay, yeah. Why don't I see it? Maybe it's in the spam? Wait. People. Death threats. Just non-stop death threats. Huh. Maybe I need a refresh. Well, here. Let me just, sorry. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Oh, wait. Okay, that's the MP4. Which, do you have the story? So we can sync it up or whatever? Oh, man, this is going to be sick. Joel, I mentioned you in Let's Read in a book that I'm about ready to publish. Oh, really? Well, nice. What's the book about? I have a script. You can use it. It's kind of a loose baseline. Okay, so loose baseline script. Yeah, send that over on the same email if you can, as soon as you can. Do you want to edit that over top the video and then send the video again? Or do you want me to just, like, overlay that script over top of the story? It's up to you. Whatever's sneeziest. The next day, I called the landlord to ask if there were any pest issues I should know about, and he seemed surprised and said no one had reported anything like that before. Still, he promised to send someone over to check it out. That night I double-checked the hatch and even put a chair on top of it for good measure. I didn't hear any noises and I started to feel a little chilly for being so freaked out, but around 3 a.m. I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. I froze. My bedroom door doesn't creak unless you push it slowly, and I knew I had Shite. I'm so done with the story, it's not even funny. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay. Just send the script and then I'll record that and like overlay it over top. It's no worries. As long as it's sort of like, I don't know, shouldn't be too hard to like line everything up there. Okay, sweet. Thanks, brother. What am I doing? Okay. I froze. My bedroom door doesn't creak unless you push it slowly, and I knew I had closed it before bed. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing. God damn it. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing, as I heard soft footsteps shuffle into the room. My phone was on the nightstand just out of reach, and the footsteps stopped right next to my bed. I could feel someone's presence, their quiet breathing in the dark. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and swung it toward the intruder. There was the man, crouched on the floor, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes wide and unblinking. He looked just as startled as I was. I screamed and bolted out of the room, running outside to the neighbor's house. I banged on their door until they let me in, and they called the police. When the officers arrived, they found the man still in my house, hiding in that crawl space. He had a small mattress, some food wrappers, and a collection of random items that he must have taken from my house. The lock on the hatch. Damn it. The lock on the hatch had been tampered with, and from the looks of it, he had been living under my house for at least a few days, maybe even longer. And the scariest part, the police said that they found a notebook with detailed notes about me. He had written down my daily routine, when I left for work, when I came home, even what I wore. And there were also a list of plans, though they wouldn't tell me what was on that. I moved out the next week and stayed with my friends until I found a new place. And to this day I have no idea how he got in or how long he had been watching me before I noticed that something was wrong. What's up, Brianna? How we doing? Bro, you don't need to answer, but how much do you make a month for your channel? Oh, yeah, I can't. I don't think you're actually allowed on YouTube to talk about specifics with, like, money or, like, hyper-specifics or whatever. Maybe you are, but I'd rather not talk about it. Oh, man. Okay, so we got Axeman's script. Oh, it's in red. Fuck. Oh, wait, this guy is... Oh, I guess it kind of lines up with the storyboard, too, which is kind of nice. Recent arrival to the rural area in North... Wait, is Axeman still here? Recent arrival to this rural area in eastern nowhere, about 50 miles from the city, give or take, woods in all direction. And hey, it's... Oh, okay. Sorry, it was like the way it was starting was like almost... Was this so... Wait, okay, yeah. So should I just read it like verbatim from the... Fuck, I can't even see it. It's like completely red. I had my like orange thing on it, kind of like blended all together. Okay. I'm a recent arrival to this rural area in eastern nowhere, about 15 miles from the city, give or take. There's woods in all directions, neighbors about a quarter mile on either path, which spells beloved isolation to me. And hey, it suits me just fine. Plenty of space to work on my hobby. I'm a bit of a car guy, big on refurbishing and flipping junkers into semi-desirable products. And that said, I do run a Craigslist ad showcasing and selling... the lesser models, whereas the better ones I work based on commission through an official website, and it's how I make a living. Town down the way earns me. Oh, like the town down the way. Yeah, we're back to 500 viewers, which is nice. I don't know, it was completely dead like the other night. How many subscribers does it take to make $3.67? Hopefully only one. They can just donate it. Yes, I do at least make $1 off of YouTube, which is good. The town down the way earns me some decent sum, good spending and drinking money. But the real money is in the city. It's funny how the townies are more likely to use Craigslist ads than the city folk, who are more than likely to use my actual website. They're the ones that push the more expensive cars, the ones that pay the bills. Craigslist. Craigslist was more or less a side hustle. Still, maybe it was just a chance or whatever, but you'd be shocked how well Craigslist worked in my case. Still, you'd think a guy like me in this remote place would have been more careful. And the thing about being in a remote area, it kind of has a way of boomeranging you in the face. This guy had a way of making your skin want to fly off your bones. Fly off your bones. This guy had... Hey, Amelia with the 7 Canadian says, Joel, thank you for making content that keeps me company on my commute. Keep up the good work. You're welcome, Amelia. Thank you for the 7. I was left a nice bouquet of flowers on my door. No card, asked around. No one claims to know. Very nice, but who? Oh, yeah, it's a little creepy, I guess. Maybe someone who's just not brave enough to let you know their feelings. Yeah, definitely keep your head on a swivvy. Hey, thanks, Maya. Appreciate you. Wait, did I miss one? I didn't miss one. Okay, sorry. This guy had a way of making your skin want to fly off your bones. It didn't help that his junker was beyond redemption. I mean, how he got that thing here was beyond me, though he didn't come along and... Wait, fuck. God damn it. Though he didn't come alone, and let's be clear, that van pretty much spoke for itself. I told him as clearly as I could that this car was no good. I'd take it off of his hands for a generous $100 just for the parts and scraps. Sorry, like the impromptu language is confusing my brain. I told him as clearly as I could that this car was no good. I'd take it off his hands for a generous $100 just for the parts and scrap. I figured if I lowballed the guy, he'd just shrug it off and leave. Yet his tune somehow changed entirely the second I told him that I'd scrap it down. He told me he paid me $50 to get rid of it, and he gave me the cash there and then and left. Kind of suspicious, really. Business was good, but occasionally I did hit dry spells here and there. This was the first job of the month and was the second week in. It was doubtful whether or not this piece of crap would yield any decent parts, but at least the steel would count for something or other. I had a decent stockpile of the crap out back under a tarp, almost near a ton. Could sell that when the price went back up, and hopefully it wouldn't rust to crap by then. Still, it does beg the question just what it was about these creeps that stayed with me after they were gone. The inside of the car smelled like it hadn't seen a human in well over a decade, and for all I know, it actually hadn't. The engine would barely start, and the trunk wouldn't even open. And for all I knew, there was a body in there. Windshield smashed in, not street legal, tires balding in several spots, no taillights, and for real, it's a miracle that this thing even made it here, and I can't begrudge a man for trying to get rid of it. That night, I was appraising prices when I heard the crash inside the garage. I kept that place locked down nice and tight in the dead of night so there's nobody getting in, and my very own fortress of solitude, not even the Night Stalker could break in there. And then it just sort of hits me. Those rednecks, they're back. They must be. There are things in life a person doesn't want to see. There are things in life that... AM! Thank you for the 369 tax. It takes exactly one. Hit that. Thank you. Thank you. Or not M, Boop. Sorry, Boop, thank you for the 369. Sorry, I'm mixing it up. But M, thank you for the 5 gifters to Christine Shannon, Hestafine, Renee, Zifrios, and Chicken Joe Clark. Welcome, friends. You guys now have access to bonus content. Thank you so much, Boop, and thank you, M. And thank you again, Amelia. Left a bouquet of roses at my high school office, called in to get it, thanked my boyfriend, and he had no idea what I was talking about. Oh. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be a student. If you work at a high school in an office, and the students have just gone on vacation or whatever for Thanksgiving or whatnot, maybe it's a student who's just like, you know, appreciates you, or maybe they're doing a prank too, you know. Or maybe they just know because they're younger, like they, it's not appropriate, etc., etc. So I don't know. There are things in life a person doesn't want to see, plenty of which I'm sure you can name off the top of your head, but what I'm talking about are things you don't know what until... Fuck. Jackie Chan, thank you for the one gifter to Crystal S. Thank you, Jackie Chan. Oh, wait. Are they multiple ones? Or is it just... because it kept, like, repeating. Are these repeated individual ones? Because it's not popping up. Or was that the... No, that was from M. Maybe it's a glitch. But Jackie Chan, thank you for the one. And Misty E, welcome back for 1 month. Says, apparently I'm supposed to say something because it's free. Thank you for all you do, Joel. I'm sure it takes time and dedication. It does, Misty. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Welcome back, Brooklyn. If the wording doesn't work, you're welcome to change. Oh, yeah, it's all good. On the first dry, I'm usually the first dry read, I'm just complaining about nothing, honestly. There are things in life a person doesn't want to see, plenty of which I'm sure you can name off the top of your head, but what I'm talking about are things you don't know what until it's right there in front of you, grinning like a personified shit show as its reality pours out right before you in stark, undesirable facts. Look at this. The cops are going to be a bit, like I said earlier about isolation boomerang. Wait, okay, question actually about the writing on this, because I'm confused. Where it says, look at this shit, like is it then like pointing to something? Is there going to be like a visual that they're looking at, or is it just kind of referencing whatever is occurring on screen or something? You're confused too. That's fine. I mean, we'll figure it out. It'll piece together as I edit it, probably. And it just turns out like this storyboard is you stalking the high school teacher, whatever is in the chat. Like, oh, okay, we figured that out. There are things in life a person doesn't want to see, of which I'm sure you can name off the top of your heads, but what I'm talking about are the things that you don't know what until it's right there in front of you, grinning like a personified shit show as its reality pours out right before you in stark, undesirable facts. Now the cops are going to be a bit, like I said earlier about isolation boomeranging. Okay. Wait, okay. You gotta be kidding me. So much for laying low till the cops get you. I can't speak for these guys, I'm sure. Ah, shit. I feel like, should the text be more expositional instead of like reactionary? Like it's almost like turns into dialogue. Okay, maybe I should. Do you think I should say the look at this shit part? I guess he's sort of like experiencing it in real time as opposed to like sending in a story. I don't know. No worries. But I almost feel like I gotta go along with what the storyboard says just so that when I go to edit it makes sense to like, so I don't get confused, because I could put it in the text into like AI and have it like line up with what the original story sort of presents, but would you rather Rising Dawn come back or Christmas never come this year? Where is Rising Dawn? I don't even see them in the chat tonight. The cops are going to be a bit, And like I said earlier about isolation boomeranging around and hitting you in the face, yeah. So I figured if I just lay low and... Oh, you're gonna be kidding me. So much for laying low till the cops get here. I can't speak for these guys, but I'm sure their code does not permit... I can't speak for these guys, but I'm sure their code does not permit for witnesses... Damn it. Now, I can't speak for these guys, but I'm sure their code does not permit witnesses. According to these cops, though, there's a lot to be said about an isolated home in the middle of nowhere that specializes in fixing cars. It's a lucrative business. The cash is bound to be buried under a floorboard or two. A score to be made for sure, even though the majority of the cash is in credit. And this ain't the 90s after all, but I guess these backwood dopes are a little behind the times. Now kudos, I guess, for planting that dude in the trunk, or how or why they came to the conclusion that I had a cache of treasure in the... Yeah, where's Jacob? Jacoby Jones. Detective Jacob on the job. He's out fighting the bots. It is kind of impressive that YouTube did a pretty good job of getting rid of, like, bot comments lately, it seems like. It's your boy. No, this ain't the 90s after all, but I guess these backwood dopes are a little behind the times. And kudos, I guess, for planning that dude in the trunk. How or why they came to the conclusion that I had a cache of treasure in the garage is beyond me. Now, in the end, they stole a bunch of tools, my radio and a TV. Nothing of a lot. In the end, they stole a bunch of tools, my radio and a TV, and nothing of a lot of value. Certainly nothing worth killing a man over. I gave a decent description of the guy that I could see along with the van, and I guess, though, that this van is very well out of Dodge by now. Oh. Certainly nothing worth killing a man over. I gave a decent description of the guy that I could see along with the van, and my guess, though, is that the van is well out of Dodge by now. But who can say for sure? Either way, as of the time of me telling you all of this, those idiots are still on the loose, and me, well, I'm buying a gun. And me, well, I'm buying a gun. I'm buying a gun. You knew I'd like this gun. Oh. Alright, that wasn't too bad. That's funny, though. Misty's... I don't know why it's, like, on repeat there. It's like... 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. Same with Jackie Chan's thing. It just is on, like, repeat for some reason. Hey, see ya, Joni. You heading out? Take care. And hello, Teacup. What's up? You guys are tagging out. One in, one out. Tag team listeners. Buying a Gizzle side piece. You gotta have it. Unfortunately, karate classes only got me so far. You should watch the trailer for Mickey 17. I generally think I'd be excited. It isn't just the same old dumb reused movie idea. Oh, is it Mickey Mouse stuff? Is it Mickey Mouse stuff? Oh, maybe later. Remind me. Maybe we can watch it together. Hot cocoa or eggnog? Oh, fuck, dude. That sounds so good. Oh, my God. Definitely hot cocoa right now, but I think it'd be less calories. But eggnog with, like, some type of bullshit in it that's, like, warm this holiday season is going to be so fucking bangaroo. Can you say a synonym for cinnamon is a synonym? How are tips fraudulent coming from a card that doesn't work? Who are you talking about? As I said, I'm not deeply married to the script when it comes to syncing it up. Any incongruities or positions where the stuff just doesn't match up, you're welcome to toss in your own rewrite. Okay, no worries. It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, if the visuals kind of like take hold of the story for the most part, I think that should carry most of it, and my voice will just be something to kind of like hold it together, like a glue of sorts, or, you know, a guiding force. On the stream ended last time, it said you were at 3,500 viewers. Don't be discouraged because it says 300 watching. Oh. Weird. I wonder if there is like a glitch or something glowing on. Oh yeah. Well, when I go to my YouTube page, it says 521 watching, which is consistent with what the streaming software says, so maybe that's a glitch on the user's end? I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. Everybody's going to have like unique error codes. Eggnog spliced with edibles. That does sound good. Have you ever read a story? It was so wild you didn't know. So wild you didn't know you could post it. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, the only time I was ever like, well, we like made it all the way to the end. I was like, I can't do this. I guess sometimes. What do you guys probably remember better than I do, honestly? Ones that are just like so weird. You're like, I can't even put this out. You're doing better than me. Most I ever got watching during a stream somewhere around 12. Oh yeah, it's all good. It's just interesting because it's been like, I mean, it's not a big deal, but because I know my streams are kind of a big deviation away from my typical content. But it's just funny that my streams themselves have, holy shit, this story's 10 parts, 11 parts. That's a lot of fucking text to read. Whatever, I guess if people sleep to it. But yeah, just the fact that my streams have stayed at around like max 500 people for like 3 years now, and that's not a big deal. It's just funny that it's never like really grown. I don't really know how to like make it grow, or if it even really matters, honestly, since the channel itself is doing fine. That's watching right now doesn't include all the people that pop in and out. You have 3,500 pop in and out. Oh, that's true. Yeah, over the course of the stream. Yeah. True. And honestly, I do find, since it's been about 3 hours, 3,500 people coming in the span of like 3 hours actually would be pretty consistent with those who get notifications of like new videos. So honestly, I think YouTube's notification system is actually very similar for live streams as it is for like new videos. So like the fact that many people would be notified makes sense. Justin Balas, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Hope I'm saying that right. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Justin. Justin, you said you worked in the industry of entertainment. Are you currently involved in any upcoming projects or anything cool? Get Markiplier to shout it out. Your content is right up his alley. I bet that will boost your numbers. Do you think so? Would there be a way to like pay him for promotion or something? Honestly, if there was a website similar to like actually wouldn't be that wouldn't be a bad website in my opinion. If there was a website similar to Cameo, where you know on Cameo you can go on and get like pay celebrities $50 and they'll say your little shout out for 10 seconds, and you know they do enough of those, they make decent money or whatever. But I was thinking, what if like a YouTube thing, it was like a Cameo website, but they could charge you based on like shout outs for sponsors and stuff like that. Cameo, Joel Cameos. I think I need to show my face to do cameos, so I probably wouldn't do that, and I don't think I would do like a mask or anything either, because it would just be really awkward. You think he would genuinely be into my channel? I'd be surprised if he wasn't already aware. Oh, he might be. That'd be nice. That'd be the kindest shout out ever. But I oftentimes wonder, like, why, well, I talked about it before, but I've always wondered why his, like, buddies aren't, like, as popular as he is, since he has them on all the time. But maybe it's really just, like, his, personality is sort of larger than life when it comes to stuff. Point the camera at my bare ass. Yeah, I'll do they do cameos, but instead you just do, like, a colonoscopy, like a live one every time? I would really hope that I wouldn't, perforate my colon. You can do voice ones. People would line up for it. You can do voice ones. Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, so basically OnlyFans. That would be my initial foray. Oh, yeah. Alright. Actually, I feel like I'm getting better at reading without the orange light on. Yeah, whatever. This is my story about being stalked. Dealing with this has been difficult, and throughout the ordeal I felt out of control, so I'm sharing this to gain control over my story. Several years ago, I moved abroad to begin a 2-year study course. When I arrived at my apartment, I met 3 of my roommates. Sam was funny and sarcastic, while Bella and Poppy were both nice sorority-type girls. We decided to go out for dinner and offered to invite our 4th roommate into room 1C next to mine. Sam warned me not to invite her, saying that she was odd, and I was worried because I didn't want to live with a bunch of catty girls, and how they were fighting in less than a day was weird, and I just smiled and told Sam that she just made a bad first impression, and I would invite her to get to know her better. Sam grumbled as I left the kitchen, approaching the door next to mine. I knocked and the door opened. A short, petite girl with long brown hair and a childlike face stuck her head out. I introduced myself and invited her to dinner. The girl's face lifted at my invitation as she nodded in agreement. Our excitement about the new school year kept us lively as we arrived at the restaurant. I decided to befriend the girl in room 1C since we were sharing a bathroom. I learned that her name was Nellie, and we were the same age, from the same state, and in the same program. I ordered a Jack and Coke as Nellie leaned into me and asked if I actually drank alcohol. I nodded, thinking her question was a bit odd, and we were both in our 20s. Of course I drink. Nellie focused her attention on me while we ate, and as I got to know Nellie, I felt kind of bad for her. She was born in Sri Lanka, but immigrated as a kid, and since she had an accent and lisp, I assumed that she was probably bullied. Nellie was different from me. She was shy and claimed not to have any hobbies or friends, but I figured that since we were in the same program, I could befriend her, and I asked if she wanted to sit with me in class, and she happily agreed. I felt content knowing that I was befriending her, like I was sort of doing a good deed. Now, my first 2 weeks abroad went smoothly. I got used to my surroundings, made friends, and got along with my roommates. Sam, Bella, Poppy, and I would often cook and eat dinner together while chatting about our days. Nellie and I got along, but she was socially awkward. I made it my goal to befriend her, which was easy because we sat together and lecture every day. We even opened our bedroom doors in unison, and I would open my door, and then Nellie would open hers and ask me where I was going. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking throw myself off Mount Olympus. I'm not actually, but holy shit, sometimes people fucking like masturbate themselves so hard in these stories, giving you every like excessive bit of like minute detail into every little interaction they have leading up to said scary thing, which makes it tend to be even fucking less scary or less of a fucking payout because it's probably not scary in general, and you just have to fucking sit and listen to them ramble about their existence. It's fine. But it does make me kind of just like want to fucking use ChatGPT to like narrow the shit down and get to the good parts. Wonder if I hate half the stories I read sometimes, dude. Especially these fucking Reddit ones that aren't like part of like a larger like topic or whatever. Oh my god. Everybody's just like self-aggrandizing every little thing, which is fine. I know, I'm God's strongest soldier. He has selected me to deal with Redditors, the scariest demon you could have ever come across. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving in the UK, but we think we should. Dude, you could create a... Honestly, that's where it starts. It doesn't have to be like something where you get on like the Today Show and tell the Queen to like make an official day or some bullshit. You literally could just start it with your family, and that's where it all starts usually. You and your family have a Thanksgiving dinner every year, and you make all your, beans and mash and google hobbits or whatever, and boom shakalaka. The Queen is dead? What? What are you talking about? You live in a necropolis. You worship a dead monarch. You're pretty much the North Korea of Western nations. LM, thank you for the 5 stars. Live streams make the week go by fast, so while the audiences might not grow, we're loyal. I've listened to other streams. It's not the same. Oh, thank you, LM. I appreciate that. Dude, I know. I don't know what it is about streamers, but they're not nice to anybody. And it's not like I'm the nicest guy ever, but like, maybe it's because I'm not playing a video game. If I was playing a video game, maybe my like anxiety would be high or some shit. But like, I'll watch people in like their YouTube highlights or something, and then you go to their like streams and they're just like, I can't tell if they're like dead inside or something, or just like completely like over Twitch chat. Which granted, Twitch chat probably is like pretty mind numbing, maybe, since it's probably a bunch of like little teen beeple bops. Millions of turkeys in America are sneaking to other countries. Yeah, I know. That's brilliant. In the same way that there's like probably a ton of money to be made in like turkey farming in the United States for Thanksgiving and having a literal genocide of turkeys every year, we could start that in other countries. But we could say that we're treating them quote unquote humanely by injecting them with narcotics and antibiotics prior to chopping their head off and dancing with their corpses, which is an American tradition, so please don't judge us. My fiance, quote unquote, hasn't spoken to me in weeks and is now saying I don't love him. I need to go to bed and escape to dreams. He's being an ass. Do you see him in person, or is this like a long distance thing or something? Because I feel like sometimes seeing each other in person, sort of like, or at least talking over the phone or something, can help alleviate any frustrations. Do you think we could begin our own country instead of a cult? Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. We have to probably go down and buy Jeffrey Epstein's island or something. It's probably up for sale Black Friday. Somebody's got to check into that. It would explode a butterball. Thankfully not. Oh, that would be sick. They do like the pumpkin events or whatever, where they like catapult pumpkins into the lakes and shit, or the ocean. We should do that with turkeys. Freshly cooked butterball turkeys directly into... I'm sure that wouldn't attract any sharks or anything like that. Should be good. We even open our bedroom doors in unison. I would open my door, then Nellie would open hers and ask me where I was going. One night I left my room to go grocery shopping when Nellie's door opened and she asked me to join. Alright. Just out of mild frustration, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to like shorten this story to the important bits, because I just can't be bothered right now. Not to be rude to the author or anything like that. I don't want to hear about their makeup routine. Alright. Can you... Wait. Okay. Word count. Let's see how many words we got left. Count words. 4,261. Can you shorten the following text into 2,500 words? Question mark. Please do my homework, thank you. There's a pomegranate festival that catapults them? Hell yeah, dude. I mean, what's the point of celebrating anything like that if you can't just toss it into the ether with medieval weaponry? Oh, big stretchy. Pretty deep stretching. You do my homework for $200. That actually sounds kind of lucrative. I'm actually surprised sometimes that ChatGPT doesn't cost like way more money. Because especially like things like making workout programs, it's like pretty effective at it. And some like, I don't know, coaches will charge you a couple $100 for something like that. Do any messed up stories stick with me? Yeah, I guess if they're like a story about sticky stuff, like molasses or jizz or something like that, it'd probably stick on me. Nellie and I moved in sync at first, even opening our bedroom doors simultaneously. One evening, she joined me on a grocery run, and quietly trailing behind me, Nellie didn't buy anything, but when we exited, the store alarms blared. Security found nothing wrong with my purchases, yet this happened repeatedly when Nellie would accompany me, and though I dismissed the idea of her stealing, and just that pattern was very unnerving. The peaceful dynamic in the apartment crumbled when I found the bathroom clogged with unraveled toilet paper and hair. Nellie's hair. I hesitated to confront her directly, opting for a neutral text asking her to report issues to maintenance. Nellie never acknowledged the messages, and the cycle of clogs continued for months, and frustration had led me to finally send a direct message warning her to stop, and to my relief, the clogs ceased. I distanced myself, feeling guilty for leaving Nellie alone in class, but relieved to avoid further conflict. Now, weeks later, the apartment was plagued by a rotten smell emanating from Nellie's room, along with a fly infestation. After maintenance failed to resolve the issue, my roommates and I confronted her. Nellie claimed not to smell anything. Her evasive behavior started raising even more concerns, and despite the discomfort, I just hoped that the upcoming holiday break would bring some respite. Now, back from the break, Nellie invited me to launch. Epstein's Island will be haunted. Probably quite spooky. I shot apples up in an apple launcher this year, military-style gun. It was awesome. Military-style gun? What do you mean? Was it like kind of like those pumpkin or not pumpkin, but the potato guns, where you like light the one end and it sort of like jettisons it out of there? Back from break, Nellie invited me to lunch, and her oddness had escalated. She revealed that she eavesdropped. She revealed that she eavesdropped on my conversations through the walls and described me as a mother to her aunt. When I brought up her Sri Lankan origins, she became uncharacteristically angry, denying her heritage, and she also insisted that we visited a graveyard together that night, which I declined. An unease simmered, and I decided to maintain my distance from her. Now, one afternoon, Nellie asked me to the movies, and when I declined, she left, but later I discovered that the bathroom was smeared with feces and blood. Now, horrified, I texted her, threatening to report the mess, and that evening Nellie lingered outside my door, knocking, chirping like a bird and trying to twist the doorknob, and she even texted me a bizarre message referring to me as a funny cockroach, and my roommates comforted me. But I barely slept that night. Now, Nellie's erratic behavior started to escalate. She began following me to class, sitting near me and even appearing at the library. Her presence was suffocating. A friend, Sam, once intervened, telling Nellie to leave me alone, which temporarily worked. However, her stalking resumed. When Nellie followed me through a grocery store, running after me until I reached security, I realized that I needed to report her. One day, Nellie attacked my friend Reagan, jumping out of an alley and grabbing her by the neck. Now terrified, we fled, but Nellie continued stalking me, and even waiting at the bottom of a staircase in class. Despite my fear, the school's disciplinary board dismissed her behavior as non-malicious, and they issued a no-contact order but took no further action. As Nellie's stalking persisted, I learned more about unsettling truths. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have shortened that story down so much, to be honest with you. Fuck, dude. How much did I... 2,500 words. Shit. I don't know. Wait, actually question. How many words is here? Actually question. What? See, dude, ChatGPT fucking sucked. It says, here's a condensed version of your text reducing to approximately 2,500 words. I copy-pasted the words, and it was 615. Wait, that's only 615 words. You're right. You're right. I totally fucked up. Respite. Oh, fuck. Damn. Well, the more you know. Fuck, I feel like I have to record it over again, honestly. Because it feels like it kind of like darted through everything in like Spark Notes form and just kind of like took away from the story a little bit. Because there were good stuff in the story. Yeah, more like liar, BBC. All right, reflection. Looking back. Okay, now let's count the words. Bing, bong, boom. Count again. Count the words. 1,012. Dude, what? What? How is Chat BBC that bad? Do you think we should just read the story verbatim from... Fuck, man. That's annoying as shit. But this is annoying as shit, too. I'm double annoyed. And shit. That's odd, though. I felt knowing that I was befriending her, like I was doing a good deed. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, dude. Let's just record the whole thing, because it sounds like the story does kind of pick up eventually. Cancel all that other stuff. Just record from here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, got it. George Orwell, every little annoying detail. I know, dude. This is a very Orwellian society we live in, where I have to do my job. My first 2 weeks abroad went smoothly. I got used to my surroundings, made friends, and got along with my roommates. Sam, Bella, Poppy, and I would often cook and eat dinner together while chatting about our days. Nellie and I got along, but she was socially awkward. I made it my goal to befriend her, which was easy because we sat together and lecture every day. We even opened our bedroom doors in unison. I would open my door, then Nellie would open hers and ask me where I was going. One day, I left my room to go grocery shopping when Nellie's door opened and she asked me to join. I agreed, and she hurriedly put on her sandals and neon pink coat. I walked through the aisle, Nellie silently following close behind me. Eventually, I found everything I needed, but Nellie said that she wasn't buying anything. And after I paid for everything, we began to exit the store, and the alarms went off. I stopped to show the security guard my receipt, and he looked in my bags, confirming that I had not stolen anything. I didn't think much of this incident, but when I stood at the front of the store with Nellie for the 4th time as my bags were searched by security, a thought crept into my mind. The alarms never rang when I was alone or with friends. They only rang when I was with Nellie. I shook my head, and Nellie couldn't be stealing. I was with her the whole time. She was a perfectly nice, normal girl, and I was rude for even thinking anything contrary. The harmony in the apartment only lasted 2 weeks. One morning, I shuffled into the bathroom and saw that the toilet was completely filled with 2 or 3 rolls of dry, unraveled toilet paper spilled onto the floor. However, what concerned me the most was the huge wad of hair that sat directly on top of the toilet paper. I knew then that it was Nellie who had done this. She was the only person with a bathroom key, and her hair color was a match. I tried to think of any reason that Nellie would do this. Maybe she clogged the toilet, then stuffed it with the toilet paper to hide her business, but that didn't explain the wad of hair. I couldn't harp on the issue, though, so I made a maintenance request to have someone unclog the toilet, and when I came home from class, the toilet wasn't clogged. I studied for 2 hours before going back to the bathroom. I was annoyed when I found the toilet clogged again. Toilet paper, hair, and all. And this obviously wasn't a mistake anymore, and now we were out of toilet paper. I knew I had to say something, but I didn't want to directly confront Nellie about this sort of awkward topic, so I sent a very passive, non-aggressive message. Hey, if someone goes... Hey, bitch, what's the deal with the hair? She's been licking, hairballing. I guess I could put on the orange screen again so I can save my glaucoma-esque eyes. But she's molting. Yeah. Dude, it actually kind of reminds me, I don't know if you guys have seen... Oh, damn, I don't even know what those guys' names are. I think the one guy's name is Liam, and they're kind of like a funny comedy troupe on Instagram and other websites and stuff, but he always does like a funny creepy roommate, like your freshman year roommate or something, and he always talks about laying an egg. I'm laying an egg. Don't touch this. I'm laying an egg. It should be hatched soon. We just need your body's heat to incubate it. Hey, Balloon Music, take care. Thanks for keep making music, keep getting better. It was awesome. Nellie never acknowledged the situation. She still opened her door with mine, hung out with me, and sat with me in class. And for the next 2 months, I just dealt with the constant toilet paper and torn out hair. I tried sending more texts, but it didn't help. Nellie would clog the toilet, I'd make a maintenance request, a staff member would clean Nellie's mess, and then she would do it again. Eventually, after 12 clogged toilets, I was so annoyed that I decided to confront Nellie. Nellie, I know you're clogging the toilet and you need to stop. If you do it again, I'm going to report you. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Damn it. I forgot to record the sentence before that one. College-based guy is based off a college or comic book guy. Actually, it is kind of funny. The best characters are the ones that you can just like base off of real people. Kind of like the dudes who did King of the Hill, or what was his name? Mike Judge. Yeah, Mike Judge does his Beavis and Butthead character. He said like his one next door neighbor like would laugh like that while watching something, because he was like, I think high on pain medicine the whole time or whatever, so he'd just sit there in front of his TV and giggle. I don't use Twitter, but I wanted to ask if you're going to use Skynet or whatever it is. Oh, Blue Sky. Yeah, I've heard of Blue Sky. Probably not, just because, you know, I deleted my Twitter because I just thought it was pointless. Top one's pretty good. Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry, I got a message here. Top one's good. Sweet. Alright. You hear it's trouble? I mean, I don't know. I mean, what's the point? Like, like a bunch of people just want another, like, echo chamber to go say their stupid shit in, like Twitter used to be. Which is just, I don't know, fucking pointless. TikTok clips. Thank you, Fry. I guess I do have a TikTok. There you go. It's exciting. Populated by Tumblr princesses. I mean, I don't know. I just don't understand these people. Like, do they not recognize that having an echo chamber of thought is actually not healthy at all? And they could sit there and argue that everybody that deviates from their echo chamber of thought is somehow dangerous to society, but it only strengthens and solidifies the fact that they're retarded. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the fact that they never, like, argue the perspective of another person's position, but just kind of, like, pick and choose who they perceive to be the most evilist and then prop them up as like representations of said opposing opinion. And it's just like, can you just be adults for a little bit? Like, I didn't know it, like, that's how long it took to like completely condition a large percentage of the population to just be completely incapable of having a conversation. And it's the internet. Like, who fucking cares? It's not like you get hurt by seeing fucking words that are different from your words. Those aren't my favorite words. Those aren't my favorite ones. Do you want to be with others who don't agree with you, though? Yeah, I think so, honestly. I honestly think it's healthy to like have different perspectives so you don't constantly get pulled. Like, if you were in a cult, right? Say you were in a cult. Like, some people say they were in a Scientology cult. That's an easy one to pick on. If all you were ever around was like Scientology cultists all the time and you never had anybody like from outside your perspective be like, hey, John, what the fuck are they talking about? What do you mean? This is the eternal truth. Are you deviating from the eternal truth? No, none of that. Don't you think kind of fucking nuts? The whole like, spaghetti god thing and like the whole, souls falling into a volcano and all that kind of shit. Like, is that kind of nut? I guess that's kind of weird. Yeah, that's a good point. So it's like the same thing. Like, if all you ever heard was like things that just consistently solidified your perspective, never challenged your mind, you would never be able to break free of said cult or perspective. And yeah, that's society. Society's been that way for fucking ever, especially ones that don't burn witches and kill each other. Hey Arnold predicted Hawk Tuah. I saw there was a YouTube video from 16 years ago called Hawk Tuah, and I don't know. I've been curious if they just edited the title, after all these years, or if it actually was called that many years ago. And also the thing too is like, do you really feel so obsessed with like the cultural like narrative and like discourse that you had, like that you would even be that much more motivated to exist in the your echo chambers? Like, go the fuck outside. Like, Twitter as a website is so shitty. That's why I deleted it, because it's so shitty. That's not even like, you can't even have a conversation even with the people that you do agree with. It's so disorganized. It's so archaic and old looking, and there's why would you want to like try and emulate that site to continue and perpetuate its not good existence? You know what I mean? Like, it's just strange. I mean, how many times in like the comments section have you ever seen like a nice like well-written paragraph of information that could benefit your brain in some way? No, it's always just like, fuck you, you suck, that's dumb, yeah, these guys are Nazis, and it's just like it's nothing. Your brain doesn't gain anything from reading like 3 words of hyperbole. Hey, if something goes wrong with the toilet, can you make a maintenance request right away, please? I sent the message, careful not to... No, wait, I'm done. Wait, no. Hey, if something goes wrong with the toilet, can you make a maintenance request right away, please? I sent the message, careful not to make it accusatory. I didn't want there to be tension with Nellie, especially since she still sat with me in class. Nellie never acknowledged the situation. She still opened her door with mine, hung out with me, and sat with me in class. And for the next 2 months, I just dealt with the constant toilet paper and torn-out hair. I tried sending more texts, but it didn't help. Nellie would clog the toilet, I'd make a maintenance request, a staff member would clean Nellie's mess, and then she would just do it again. Eventually, after 12 clogged toilets, I was so annoyed that I decided to confront Nellie. Nellie, I know you're clogging the toilet and you need to stop. If you do it again, I'm going to report you. And I pressed send as I walked to class. I decided that I wouldn't sit with Nellie anymore. I had different friends to sit with who didn't clog my toilet, and as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte, I felt bad seeing Nellie sit across the lecture hall, and I promised myself that I'd still be friends with her and that everything would be fine. I was happy that the holiday break was soon and that Nellie never addressed me. Shit. She might be killing people and putting them in there. What's up, Eagle? How you doing? GeoCities? What's that? I talk to my AI waifu. She gets me. That's true. Honestly, it won't be long before we're all anime waifu'd out. I was happy that the holiday break was soon and that Nellie never addressed me not sitting with her. My message had worked. Nellie stopped clogging the toilet and we were still friends. But I came home one day in early December and my nose scrunched in disgust. There was a sickly sweet rotten yogurt-like smell coming from Nellie's room. I didn't want to confront Nellie so soon after messaging her about the toilet, so for 2 weeks I avoided the problem. I didn't address the issue until 2 weeks later when all of our food started to rot almost immediately after buying it. Bella, Sam, and Poppy were complaining about how maintenance hadn't found the source of what was causing our food to rot. When I brought up the horrible smell and an accompanying flying... Oh my god. Yippee-dippy. Bella, Sam, and Poppy were complaining about how maintenance hadn't found the source of what was causing our food to rot when I brought up the horrible smell and an accompanying fly infestation. The girls went to go smell the hallway outside of Nellie's room and returned a minute later, coughing and gagging. We posited about what may be causing the smell when Sam brought up seeing Nellie at 2 a.m. skipping through the woods. Sam was heading back from the club and Nellie was skipping around like a possessed doll, according to Sam. And as we spoke, Nellie entered the kitchen and everyone fell quiet. Sam bluntly asked Nellie what the smell in her room was, and Nellie just silently shrugged her shoulders. Annoyed by this, Sam stood up and grabbed Nellie's arm, guiding her into the hallway as the rest of us followed, covering our noses with our sleeves. Nellie claimed not to smell anything, but her eyes were darting rapidly between the three of us. Sam made a sarcastic comment toward Nellie as we returned to the kitchen without Nellie. Sam was a bit harsh and part of me felt bad for Nellie, and at least Christmas would be relaxing. I spent 2 weeks at a friend's house with her family for Christmas, and they were all welcoming, so I didn't miss home too much, and my friend knew about Nellie, so she brought me scented candle. Would you rather eat after the story? Oh, I'm sorry. My friend knew about Nellie, so she bought me scented candles for Christmas. When I returned to the apartment, I felt rested and equipped to face the new year. My January exams were online and pretty easy, so I was surprised when Nellie texted me asking if I would cheat with her on the final exam. I politely declined, and she asked if I would go to lunch the next day. I had no plan, so I accepted her invitation. I spent a lot of time with her, but she never actually spoke much, so despite everything, I wanted to get to know her better. Once we were at the restaurant, I racked my brain for things I could talk with Nellie about. Attempting to break the awkward silence, I asked her what her favorite show was. Nellie told me that she loves to watch Sophia the First, and I was confused. Sophia the First is a Disney toddler show that came out when we were teens. Why was she watching a show for toddlers in her 20s? I didn't know how to expand on what she said, so I changed the topic and asked what her favorite hobby was. Nellie giggled and said, "I do this a lot, actually. I listen to you through the walls. They're so thin. I barely put my ear against it, and I hear you talk to your parents every day." I tried not to look horrified as I sat there confused and a little scared. Nellie started laughing. "You're like a mother, but I'm an aunt and we're sisters together." I smiled awkwardly and nodded, and I had no clue how to respond to that. In a desperate attempt to change topics, I asked her about her childhood in Sri Lanka. Nellie slammed her fists on the table, sending my rice flying off the plate. Nellie yelled that she was not from Sri Lanka, and I apologized, even though she definitely told me that she was from Sri Lanka. Nellie began to laugh again. I have plans for us tonight. We'll go to the graveyard and walk around. You'll be scared, but I'll have fun with you. Nellie's eyes were opened incredibly wide, and her mouth seemed to open more than usual. She was scaring me, and I didn't want to be rude, so I said that I'd invite our other roommates too. And at that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly moved her head. Cheese on sats? No, let's do lunch. Huge cockatoo. That's funny. This story is terrifying. It's pretty creepy so far. I feel like this definitely could be one of the starter stories, but sometimes you kind of want to pull people in with like a quick one. I don't know. What do you guys think when you like listen to a video? Do you find that you stick around in the video longer when like the first story is longer, or if like the first story is like interesting and quick? I guess. Yeah, she definitely needs to be bald, or should be bald by how much hair she pulled out. I'd stick around for this one, even hearing it first. Okay, yeah. Interesting and quick, okay. 10 minutes behind on the live. Okay, that makes sense to me. Sometimes putting that in the chat helps. I don't know if that's delayed as well or what, but... At that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly moved her hand onto mine, and she insisted that we had to go alone. I pulled my hand back, attempting to hide my grimace, and stuttered out a very disingenuous maybe. Nellie leaned back slowly, rolling her head from one side to the other, and mumbled about how fun it will be. The rest of our lunch was silent. When we got back to the apartment, I said goodbye to her and went into my room. I didn't call my parents that night. I went to bed early, hoping to quell my anxiety and get some much-needed rest. The next day I did laundry, went shopping, and by 2 p.m. I was meal prepping for the week. I jumped when Nellie asked me to go to the movies with her. I hadn't heard her come into the kitchen, but there she stood, her head down and eyes turned up, staring at me. I declined her request, but she repeated her question. I politely declined once again, trying to offset her bizarre vibe, and Nellie didn't respond and retreated back to her room and then left for the movies. An hour later, I went to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, I gagged immediately. The smell was bad, but the sight was worse. The walls, floors, door, sink, and toilet were covered in smeared poop and blood. I could see distinct handprints. I closed the door, tried not to puke, and I was shocked that Nellie had done this, but my shock turned into anger as I messaged Nellie. Why you did what you did. Nellie, no! How many times do I have to tell you not to smear poop all over the fucking walls and mirrors and blood too? What the heck? Should I look up the Golden Glove case? Sounds odd. What's that about? Chat room question. Would you rather be with a person you have in common with, or complete opposite? I definitely want to be with someone I have stuff in common with for sure. Just to, have something to talk about, I guess. I don't know, relationships are weird because I could see honestly both of those situations working out. At that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly... Shit. I forgot about anger as a... What you did is weird and disgusting. You need to clean it. I'm going to report you. I press send, and I no longer... God damn it, dude. I feel like I'm getting worse at reading as the years go on. I pressed send. I no longer cared about being friends with Nellie. And I felt gross, so I went to our shower room next to the bathroom, but Nellie ruined that too. There was toilet paper shoved in the shower drain and wads of toilet paper crusted onto the walls. And I was livid at this point, but I had to wait until Monday to report her, so I laid down to take a nap. 2 hours later, I was awoken by Nellie slamming the front door. I heard her footsteps until her feet were visible through the crack under my door. I expected her to knock, but she didn't. Instead, Nellie began to continuously chirp like a bird. She briefly paused, then began twisting my doorknob in unison with her chirps. I stood there, unnerved as Nellie did this for 5 minutes. Then Nellie began rapidly knocking on my door and call my phone. Knocking my door and call my phone. Oh, that's like the first grammatical error this person has had all story. That's funny. Crusted. A flaky crust. A crusty, flaky flust. Oh. A flaky, makey crust. Is Nellie a cat? Yeah, I swear to God, she seems like a cat. Oh, wait a second. Dude, I remember we joked about one time that somebody had like a crazy schizophrenic roommate, and it seemed like they were more like a cat than they were a human. And you almost kind of like wondered if someone was writing a story just based off of their pet. Then Nellie began to rapidly knock on my door and call my phone. 7 times she called, hung up, and then called again while rapidly still knocking. Nellie then began ramming her body into my door over and over. The shock of it made me stumble back onto my bed. Then, as suddenly as it started, Nellie stopped, her feet still visible under my door. My phone buzzed and I slowly unlocked it, staring down in horror at Nellie's text. The cockroach screamed. Why do this to me? Because you couldn't be positive in a negative situation, the doctor said. The doctor pulls off the cockroach legs and it cries. The doctor has no choice. The cockroach must be killed and its family taken away. You are the funny cockroach. I was terrified as Nellie began to knock and chirp. I was scared to call the cops because I was on a visa, and if they didn't believe me, I could be deported for making a false report. I texted Poppy and Bella, who had heard everything. Nellie stood there for an hour straight, occasionally pushing her fingers through the cracks under my door. When Bella's boyfriend arrived, his presence scared Nellie away. We met up and talked about what had happened before going to bed, and that night I barely slept as I was too scared. I awoke the next day anxious about the previous night's events. I tried to convince myself that it wasn't that bad. However, as I peeked into the bathroom, its condition suggested otherwise. Charlotte and Reagan were skipping class, so I sat alone. I saw Nellie under the room, bypass her regular seat, weave through the aisles and inspect each rose she passed. I sank in my chair as she got closer, horrified by the realization that she was searching for me. And with the last night's memories fresh in my mind, I froze in fear when Nellie found me and robotically bent down to meet my eye line as she sat next to me with her mouth twisted in a very sinister smile. I did nothing as she sat next to me, too scared to move and worried that any tiny shift may cause her to attack. When the professor dismissed us, I shot up, frantically packing my things. Nellie asked where I was going, and I lied to her, saying I was going to the cafe. I didn't want her to know where I was, so I went home for lunch, and as I stood in the kitchen, the door opened. You weren't at the cafe. Nellie's eyes darted up to me, and she was looking at a knife on the table. I apologized and told Nellie my plans had changed. My heart raced as I asked her if she liked the lecture, and Nellie didn't respond. She just stared at me, head tilted and mouth agape, and I asked her again, but she still didn't answer. I faced her, afraid that she'd use that knife on me, and she glared so intently that her veins were protruding, and she stood there for 10 minutes before leaving. Later on, I walked to the library and froze as I saw Nellie's pink jacket behind me. I turned to see Nellie staring at me with vacant eyes, and she followed me into the library up to the 3rd floor and then sat directly behind me. With her threat still fresh in my mind, I moved to a different spot, but Nellie followed me. I tried again, but she still followed. I was scared to be isolated in a library with her, so I decided to leave. I quickly weaved through the bookshelves, desperately trying to reach the lobby, but Nellie matched my pace, and I was nearing a heart attack when I ran into my guardian angel, Sam. "Nellie's following me," I blurted out. Sam looked at Nellie, who had stopped 5 feet behind me. Sam nonchalantly told Nellie to F off, and I was surprised when Nellie did just that. After Sam and I spoke for a bit, my phone buzzed, and it was Nellie inviting me to the graveyard that night. She told me that I'd be smart to move out, and she was right. I needed to report Nellie and move out. It wasn't safe for me to live in that apartment anymore. I just needed to get away. I went to Reagan's apartment, as she was the closest person I had to family while I was abroad, and she gave me refuge while listening to me retell the last 48 miserable hours of my life. She assured me that I could stay with her, and as I held back tears, my phone buzzed. Sam texted that she needed help and to go to the apartment ASAP. I was hesitant to go back in there, but I couldn't just abandon Sam, so I grabbed my stuff and told Reagan that I'd be back soon. I walked to my apartment and stared up at it, feeling a lot like the priest in that Exorcist movie. When I got to my door, I was immediately greeted by 3 roommates' distraught faces. I followed them into the apartment, and my eyes grew wide as Sam pushed open the kitchen door to reveal a very demonic sight. Huge amounts of congealed red and orange liquid pooled across the floor leading beneath our table, where a small bird lay dead with its wings outstretched and its head missing. I felt sick. The windows don't open, so it didn't get in here by itself. Nellie had either found this bird and brought it into the kitchen, or she killed and decapitated a living bird and then put it in the kitchen. I didn't like either of those options. I assured my roommates that I would Fuck. Cat confirmed. Actually confirmed. That's really funny. Oh my god. You actually confirmed. Nellie is a fucking cat. Yeah, and why is nobody reporting it? That actually would be funny though. They had a cat as roommates in college, and I mean, what other thing? Maybe they found the cat in the graveyard. I don't know. I'm trying to think what other parallels they might have done. Oh, that's why she was chirping like a bird. Oh my god, you're so right. Oh my god, you're 100%, million% right, dude. Fuck. Fucking chirping like a bird, trying to rattle the fucking handle, and then kept bringing the paw underneath the door, right? And then the boyfriend showed up and she ran away. Oh my god, it makes so much sense now. I don't quite understand poop and blood being smeared everywhere, but maybe cats do that sometimes. Just missing the mice on the... Wait, there was a mouse on the doorstep part? I don't remember that one. Yeah, maybe a cat demon or something. Go take your Lamictal. 304 god. Oh, I think it said 304 goddess. I'm a 304 goddess. Okay. I assured my roommates that I would report Nellie that night, and that's exactly what I did. I spoke to the school safety board, and things moved fast. I discovered that Nellie had lied to us about her name and age. Officials in hazmat suits came to clean the kitchen and Nellie's room. The board had me send them photos of myself daily in case Nellie killed me and they had to identify me, and I quickly moved out, and since Nellie avoided the other girls, they decided to stay. I declined to submit Nellie for expulsion because I felt bad for her and thought that moving would stop her obsession with me, but I was incredibly misguided. I was happy that my new roommates were normal, and no Nellie incidents had happened for 2 weeks. I did have a large uptick in random daily Facebook and Instagram follower requests from blank profile users, and I knew who was behind this, but I was avoiding any Nellie-related thoughts. I was having night terrors, and the more I thought about her, the worse they got. I blocked another user as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte in an almost empty lecture hall. Charlotte nudged me as Nellie entered the room, bypassing her usual seat. I felt myself freeze up as she entered our row and began walking toward me, staring at me with her dead eyes. "Don't sit next to me," I said, shocked by my bravery. Nellie responded by sitting 10 seats down from me, not breaking eye contact, and I considered that a win. After class, I went home and then walked to the store. I forgot to grab a cart, so I quickly turned around to fetch one and ran inside. Fuck. Yeah, just boop her on the nose. I forgot to grab a card, so I quickly turned around to fetch one and ran into someone standing directly behind me. It was Nellie. Did she follow me from my apartment? Does she know where I live now? My heart stopped as I backed into another aisle and Nellie followed. I walked to another aisle, but Nellie followed me, matching my pace until I went to another aisle and she began to run. I ran away terrified, and Nellie only stopped when I got to the security desk. Security offered to call the police, but I declined and gave them my email to send me the footage of Nellie chasing me. I had to report Nellie, but since I still had class that day, I decided to report her the next day. 2 hours later, as I waited for Reagan to walk with me to class, I caught Nellie staring at me across the street. But she didn't approach me and walked with a crowd toward campus. Minutes later, Reagan found me and we were headed to class together. I walked beside Reagan, past the buildings and alleyways until a rock caught in my shoe and I bent down to fix it. Reagan switched to the right side of me to look at a billboard, and when I removed the rock, we began walking again. I turned my head to speak when Nellie jumped out of an alleyway and on to Reagan. Her hands were outstretched and clasped around Reagan's neck, and words cannot explain how terrified I was. Nellie let go immediately and Reagan grabbed my arm, walking forward. Nellie began walking shoulder to shoulder with me, her head turned sideways. Tried not to get scared. Sideways. And then I ran into Nellie, the creature. It is a cat fight, yeah. These stories are just solely... Actually, I'm curious to check the profile, just to see if they have other posts about their cats. Let's see. Posts. Oh. They only have one post, and it's this one. Well, I guess they're maintaining their anonymity. Anonymity. Okay. Good night, Lester. It's always been listening. Oh, thank you, RS. Good to see you. Have a great night. Joel's undead astronaut character here kind of looks like Isaac, the protagonist from Dead Space. Oh, that's true, yeah. Isaac was long dead. Making a ghetto fabulous pizza bread. Who wants some? I would love some. What's your longest doom scrolling record? I don't know. It is kind of crazy though, like how easy it is to distract my mind. Like I'll get on to like, message something about business or whatever, and then just like see some post that's about like, I don't know, a joke about Mark Zuckerberg like on his knees with his tongue out or something. and then somebody's tagged Mark Zuckerberg, and then like I'll click on his profile and like go through like the life of Mark Zuckerberg for like the next 20 minutes. And I'm just like, God damn it. I didn't need to see all this, and I've completely forgotten what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't think the ADHD, I mean, whatever you want to, define as like ADHD or whatever on like a medical level, but I genuinely think that ADHD, or like the internet and like doom scrolling in itself, is like conditioning our brains to be less prone to releasing dopamine or like finding satisfaction in things that like, aren't immediate satisfaction to be found in it or whatever. So whenever we can't just like scroll and get the answer in like 7 seconds, I almost feel like our brains are being conditioned to be more prone to the symptoms that might be described as ADHD. And I think in a similar way we can also detox from it as well to help like, I don't know, increase the dopamine or whatever the fuck it is. But sometimes I think like people immediately want to jump to the, diagnoses of ADHD so they can give you legal meth or whatever. I don't really know what the end goal is, but I think social media has been like pretty much a net detriment to most people's attention spans, as you know. Mark Zuckerberg is just being reprogrammed. He is interesting. I don't really understand his like new marketing ploy. Like he used to be like this sort of like nerd cyborg or whatever, and I see funny like jokes where like he's in his human era, and it is kind of true. It's like they had like a new version of like like what if you honestly found out that people like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are just like cyborgs? They're just cyborgs that are like front men for the CIA or some shit, and you sit there and focus on them and all of their like oddities, but once in a while they get like updates and shit and go through like repackaging and remarketing and whatever. But I don't know, just odd sometimes how weird they are. Nellie let go immediately, and Reagan grabbed my arm, walking forward. Nellie began walking shoulder to shoulder with me, her head turned sideways at an unnatural angle. The look in her eyes was not human. Reagan told me to run, and we bolted across the street. Nellie paused, but walked away, traffic stopping her from crossing. We stopped, and Reagan leaned against the fence as I bent over and covered my mouth, trying not to vomit. And after a while, we continued our walk to class in silence, and we made it to the lobby and headed for the staircase, but Nellie stood at the bottom of it. "I won't let her walk behind me," I said, voice shaking. Reagan nodded, and we followed a large crowd after Nellie walked upstairs, only to find her holding the door open for everyone. Nellie stared at me through the crowd until everyone but Reagan and I had passed through. "It's okay. You can go first," Reagan said while smiling at Nellie. I was shocked at how composed she was, and even more shocked that Nellie listened. When we sat down in class, Nellie tried to sit behind me, but someone was saving the seat for his friend, so Nellie left. I didn't pay any attention that lecture. I sat there shocked and terrified while Reagan hunched over low in her seat, rubbing her neck, and I felt horrible for bringing up Reagan into... Oh my God. Ronald Reagan, he's here. He's back. I am not a crook. That's him. That's definitely him. Oh, man. I felt horrible. I felt horrible for bringing Reagan into this Nellie crap, and I knew then that Nellie needed to be expelled no matter what. The next day I reported Nellie to the Student Safety Board and they raised the issue to the Disciplinary Board. I submitted a lengthy report detailing everything Nellie had done. I included Reagan, Bella, Poppy, and Sam as witnesses and gave photographic evidence of the threats, the calls, the smeared poop and blood, clogged showers and toilets, and the stalking. The next week I met with the disciplinary. The next week I met with the disciplinary board to go over their conclusions. They informed me that they had reviewed my report, met with Nellie to give her a copy of my report, discussed my accusations, and had come to a conclusion. They acknowledged that everything I reported was factual, but they didn't think that Nellie had any malicious intent, so they would grant a no-contact order, but Nellie wouldn't be expelled. I was completely perplexed by their conclusion and asked them what Nellie had said about all of this, but they refused to tell me anything, and I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe Nellie was given my full report, knew everything that I said, and knew the witnesses' names, and the school put us all in danger, essentially. Yet they wouldn't allow me to know if Nellie had even denied her actions. And I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb. I knew at that moment that they didn't care. They were going to prioritize a predator, and so with no other options, I agreed to go no contact. The worker, see, predator. Cats are predators. And then earlier they said, where it said she didn't even look human. See, they leave little hints that they're talking about their cute little cat Nellie. It needs to be dewormed, yeah. Joel, you and I are beefing. I'm not gonna lie, I've noticed in a couple of recent podcast episodes you've been repeating stories. Maybe in the compilation videos you would hear that, but on the podcast side of things there shouldn't be any repeats, as it's just continuing in linear progression. Did it say she had a lisp? Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah. Well, that's why I was curious if there was something to do with her being from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka and has a lisp. Are cats from Sri Lanka? Let's ask ChatGPT. Are cats from Sri Lanka? Yes, cats can be found in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has a variety of domestic cats. Also, fishing cat, rusty spotted cat. Maybe that's where her species is from, Siamese. Medium-sized wildcat found in wetlands and forests, known for its excellent swimming ability. Rusty spotted cat, one of the smallest wildcat species in the world, native to forests and grasslands in Sri Lanka and India. Yeah, I think Sri Lanka is like the island that's like off of India, or kind of almost like Madagascar a little bit, right? Or something like that. It was a good Thanksgiving. How was your Thanksgiving? Did you eat anything good? It's like the New Zealand of Australia, exactly. Sri Lanka doesn't have a government right now? Really? Thousands of miles away from... No. I said Sri Lanka is like the Madagascar of India. Meaning, like, if Madagascar is like a little island off to the side of Africa. Here, look. The continent of Africa. Let's look. Madagascar. Not the movie, but a map. Yeah, it's like off of Mozambique or whatever. And then Sri Lanka is, yeah, off to the side of It's like an island off of India, which is a lot bigger than I thought. Or no, it's not. Yeah. It's just on like the tippity tip side there. It's the Chicago of Africa. You don't do Thanksgiving? You should start, honestly. Just like do a Friendsgiving. Doesn't even have to be the same as the Americans. It can just be when the Americans get together to have their meal, we have it for our friends, and everybody brings a potluck food together. British giving. Thanks, queefing. Yeah, Fry, what's your holidays? What holidays do you like to celebrate over there in Timbuktu? So with no other options, okay, yeah, that's where I was. Fat's getting, that's true. I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb. I knew at that moment that they didn't care, that they were going to prioritize a predator, and so with no other options I agreed to the no-contact order. The worker tried to get me to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that I wouldn't speak about what Nellie did to me or how the school dealt with my case, but I refused to sign it. The next day I received an email confirmation that Nellie had agreed to the no-contact order, but I knew that meant nothing. Nellie wouldn't get help, and she would never stop stalking me. My sophomore year was plagued by a relentless pattern of Nellie stalking me from place to place, sitting next to me in class, standing next to me in hallways, and staring at me daily, and her actions were so unnerving and obvious that multiple strangers warned me about her. I reported these incidents. Wait, today's... One of your stories today was a repeat. No hate, but I know for a fact that the story with the guy who delivered pizza for the girls was a repeat. With the body. Oh, the Sherwood guy. I don't think so, dude. Like, that story was posted a month ago. The last time I did Reddit stories was 3 weeks ago. And that person's username wasn't in the description. So that wouldn't have been that. And then the last Reddit before that was like a while before, definitely more than a month ago. So the timeline wouldn't add up. And then I definitely don't recall a Sherwood story or anything like that. So I just don't think that's correct. I mean, if you can find it and show it to me, I'll look. But like if you can go back and find the video, but it's not, just not. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I hear people say, be busta. Like, he's really quick to get on top of, like, Reddit stories, like, right when they come out sometimes, from what I've heard. So, sometimes you might have heard it on his channel. Perhaps. The Sherwood story was from 3 weeks ago. Yeah, if you can find it. I swear to God, like, I remember all the ones we read. And and that person, remember, I literally went over this where it was like, not that it matters that much, but 3 weeks ago, I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to snow you. So, she pretended to be my family. That's the last Reddit one. And then before that, we had another Reddit one from over 2 months ago. All right, so we got 2 points of reference. 2 months ago and 3 weeks ago. That post with the Sherwood was posted 1 month ago. And then if we go into the 3 weeks ago one, we can see that would be the only time it would be able to show up if it's that new. And we can see that her username is not present within those stories that are like, giving credit to her or whatever. And then if we can go to like her old posts or whatever, she's only posted those, like, that's like one of the only things she's posted on her account. Do I have pets? Yeah, I got a kitty cat. He's curled up in a ball at my feet right now. Hey, see you, Lacey. Take care. Alright, anyways. I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb, and I knew at that moment that they didn't care. They were going to prioritize a predator. And so with no other options, I agreed to the no-contact order. The worker tried to get me to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that I wouldn't speak about what Nellie did to me or how the school dealt with my case, but I refused to sign it. The next day, I received an email notification and confirmation that Nellie had agreed to the no-contact order, but I knew that meant nothing. Nellie wouldn't get help and would never stop stalking me. And my sophomore year was plagued by a relentless pattern of Nellie stalking me from place to place, sitting next to me in class, standing next to me in hallways, and staring at me daily. Her actions were so unnerving and obvious that multiple strangers warned me about her. I reported these incidents every time they occurred, and the school always... It occurred in the club. Crab Rave. Dude, Crab Rave is such a good song, dude. Honestly, that song probably... if you think about it, if you ever make a song, be sure to just have like a ridiculous animation that goes along with it with like a crazy name, and it will be that much more successful. Because honestly, do you think the song Crab Rave would have done well if it was just like called like Mr. McDo's Crazy Night? And then just like nothing in the background of the video? No, it wouldn't. Let me answer that question for you. I reported these incidents every time they occurred, and the school always responded by stating that they would remind Nellie of the no-contact order, and they never took any further steps to help me. In sophomore year, Nellie found other roommates, and in them, new victims. She was evicted from an off-campus apartment, and her new roommates, who once sat with her, began to sit far away from Nellie, and they looked terrified. They looked like... Buenos nachos. And they looked terrified. They looked just like me. Having incidents happen weekly and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible. God damn it. What's up, Aaron? How we doing? Got home from your 10-year anniversary. Nice. Congratulations. That's crazy. This is so weird. I hear you start narrating and then you all of a sudden do a live combo. Yeah. My one friend told me that he was, somebody told me that his one friend was convinced that, like, I would talk and then just start playing, like, pre-recorded stories because I switch back and forth or whatever. But that's just my voice, man. That's just my voice. Hey, Inga. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You now have... Yeah, I said that. Oh, yeah. Shit. Sorry. My brain's starting to go. Thank you, Inga. Welcome. Having incidents happen weekly and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible for me to move. Having incidents happen weekly and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible for me to move on. I was always in fight or freeze mode. Flight or freeze mode? What the fuck? Having incidents happen weekly and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible for me to move on. I was always in flight or freeze mode, terrified by what Nellie had done and still might do to me. I became a sunken-in, miserable, and defeated version of myself. I wanted revenge, a natural result of the boiling rage I felt, now at a constant simmer after Nellie was coddled by a university that failed to shell out even a minor consequence for the terror that she imposed on me. I wanted Nellie to suffer in the exact way that she made me suffer. I know if I had just grown a pair at any point in those early months, I likely could have saved myself and others from suffering. Nellie was likely stalking me from the moment I met her. I just hadn't realized it, and it weighs heavily on me to know that I played a large part in my own suffering. No matter what I write, I can't begin to recreate the evil that radiated off of Nellie. I have daily night terrors. I don't go into new situations. I don't speak to new people, and I don't make new friends. I'm not nice to strangers because I don't want to invite something like this into my life again. Revenge came on graduation day when Nellie... It is weird. I feel like schools, even though I think we've determined this is a fake story because of the cat situation, but I do feel like schools, for the most part, don't do anything to stop stuff like this because they just want people's money as long as they can get it. Revenge came on graduation day when Nellie's name didn't appear in the book of graduates. She had failed second year, but despite everything, I couldn't help but think that I was a bad person for being content with Nellie failing. Maybe I was just happy that I could finally move on. That's it's kind of funny in the in the comments. Like the top pinned comment is from a mod in Let's Not Meet, and their tag on their name is never narrate never. So they must get people asking about narration for channels and stuff, and they just like hate them or something like that, which is kind of funny. How to handle it? Let's see. Let's look at their top bullshit. Let's stalk them. News site stealing stories from Let's Not Meet. Okay, yes, that's clearly something they're frustrated about. Interesting. Crap ending. Yeah, sadly. I mean, there was so much like random interesting stuff that had occurred that you think there would have been some sort of like build up, but I guess that's real life then, even though it wasn't real life since it's a cat. But I've been out of school for almost 10 years, but it's always sucked for... Oh, is that 10-year anniversary for school? I thought it was for like a dating person or like a marriage thing. Oh, alright. The only thought about the reputation and stuff helping the students. Yeah, true. Hey, Sabrina, thank you. So this next one, I think is the last one of the night. So we'll have like 10 stories plus, including the animated one, which honestly should make this episode probably one of the, like, a pretty certified banger. Wait, did Jonah figure out if did he leave? Where's Jonah? Joner Badoner. Did we figure out if I used this story already? Because if it's true, I don't want to like put it in there, but... Oh, there he is. What's up, buddy? Did you figure it out? Because I don't want to put the story in if it is a repeat, but I'm fairly certain it's not. You were just looking back. Oh, no worries. Sure would. Oh, yeah. You know what we can do? We can listen. Let's take a... You know what? No, I'm not going to listen. This last story is pretty short. We can just bang that out real quick. Sorry. I always want to go on like pointless side quests for no reason. I was a child, between 5 years old to 10, and I remember bits and pieces, but some of it is what I recall my mother telling me years ago. My mom had a friend we grew up with, Donna. Donna and her daughter came over to hang out with my sister and I numerous times, having sleepovers and the like. One time, Donna was fighting with her boyfriend and I guess had fled to our house during the breakup, or maybe she was already over when her ex freaked out. Either way, I remember being hurried into my sister's room by Donna along with my sister's and Donna's daughter. Donna flipped my sister's full-size bed on its side and had us lay down against the wall with the mattress and box frame leaning against the wall above us, and then moved the dresser to the door. I closed my eyes and covered my ears because I was still afraid of the dark and my sister kept crying, and this is the last I remember of the night. My mother told me that apparently Donna barricaded us in... My mother told me that apparently Donna barricaded us in my sister's room because of her ex, Fred, and him having showed up unexpectedly looking for her. My mother went to defuse the situation and explained that Donna wasn't here, we hadn't heard from her, and go somewhere else. Fred went to his car and came out with some sort of shotgun, while my mom fled back inside, locking the door. Fred let one shot go as she went into the door. Fred let one shot go as she went in the door, peppering my mom's back with pellets in the front of our house. I guess very shortly after, the police arrived and subdued Fred without a fight. I'm not sure how long it took or what happened between her being shot and the police showing up, but I know we lived right down the block from the police station, and my mom had called when she saw Fred get there before she ever confronted him. My mom's boyfriend, who worked nights, rushed home and was checking on our sister. God damn it, my brain is like not here for this one. What's up, Mira? You missed the whole stream. Well, we did get a lot more people this time, which is nice. I appreciate you guys being here. Clicking like, clicking, just non-stop clickety-clack. I can't find it off the top, but I will keep looking because I know I'm not just crazy, because another person I chatted brought it up. That's all good. I mean, it happens from time to time, but honestly, I do find that I have a knack, when it comes to memory, specifically for knowing if a story has been in one before, because it's very rare that I don't get through reading it, and like a name like Sherwood would definitively probably pop into my mind as like, especially if it was that recent, to be like, huh, that sounds awfully familiar. Sleepy Guerrero with the 19 months says, you're about to end the stream and I'm about to restart it because I missed most of it. Oh, no worries. You can hang for the end and then restart when we're done here. We've been going for 4 schmowers. Radical recall. You saw your notification on Instagram before I got the one on YouTube. That's good. I'm glad that actually works, though, because there's a solid like couple hundred people, I think, that look at the Instagram one, and you know, even if like a few of them come over, most likely they probably follow me from the streams anyways, so it would be good to bring that audience back over without having to worry about YouTube notifications and all that crap. My mom's boyfriend, who worked nights, rushed home and was checking on my sister and I as my father, my parents were split co-parenting, shows up. Apparently my mom didn't get to properly explain what happened in the phone call with my dad, so all he got from it was boyfriend shooting near kids, and came over. My dad punched my mom's boyfriend in the face, putting him out cold, before being told that he wasn't the shooter. My dad and her boyfriend had never had issues prior, and didn't after when my dad found out her boyfriend left work and rushed over to check on us first. But yeah, my mom told me the truth about that night about a year before she passed away. She died with pellets still in her neck and back from that night that caused chronic pain, but for reasons beyond my understanding were not treatable. Oh, that's sad. Do I do viewer stories? I do, yeah, it's pretty much all the stories. I mean, these ones are specifically from Let's Not Meet, but yas. Agrivs. I feel like you're gonna... I've seen your name, but I feel like I can't pronounce it. Which, if you have a name that's unpronounceable, we should change it. We should definitely change it. But welcome. And now you have access to bonus content. Can we get 300 likes before the stream ends? I would hope so. I would pray to God, to the gods, that we can get likes, enough likes. Those are pretty much like souls that I consume and survive off of. Okay, I'm going to read the outro here, guys, but you guys think of something freaking funny for me to say. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, your roommate might be a cat. They all fell off the flat earth, right off the edge. That's where Columbus ended up. Oh man, we done it, baby. We done it. And cut. Great job, everybody. No mistakes made. Joel, what's up, Devoid? Hi, hello. Well, you know, I'm thinking we wanted to watch some type of something, didn't we? We wanted to watch like a trailer for something. Mickey's Playhouse. Mickey 17 trailer. Oh, is that Robert Pattinson? Nice. Alright. Let me make this big. Let me make this big. And then do. Okay. And then if we go, yeah.
Hi, Mickey. Are you experiencing any vertigo?
Yeah.
I guess I am feeling a little dizzy.
Oh, wow! Did you see that?
Nah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're thinking at this point.
Dude, is that his voice?
What have I done?
How lucky can one guy be?
Nothing was working out, and I wanted to get off of Earth.
You're applying to be an expendable?
Yeah.
You read through the whole application.
That's kind of sick to see him have like
I should have read through it.
a new voice.
Once you die, we'll print a new version of your body.
Maybe I actually don't remember what he sounds like
My
normally.
ass off on one mission after another.
Every time you die, we learn something new, and humanity moves forward.
Oh, he's alive.
It's fine.
It's fine. Oh, they just keep. Does his consciousness keep transferring?
It's not looking very good for you.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure you're used to it by now, but what's it feel like to die?
Even on my 17th go-around, I hate dying.
Holy shit, dude. That voice, that's kind of crazy. Oh, they didn't burn him off this time.
Why aren't you dead? Multiples.
Look how skinny he is, dude. Holy shit. I feel like he's been skinny his whole life.
We exterminate every individual.
Let's blow up these second-hand baloney boys.
Why don't you guys do rock, paper, scissors, and then we'll just shoot the loser.
It's like the game Nobody Wants to Die. Never heard of it. But I do like these kind of like fun, futuristic, wait a second. Who was that? Oh my god, did you look, dude? It's I was just saying the other day, I was like, I wish Michael Myers, fucking, who's the actor? Yeah, Mike Myers. Dude, I've been saying forever I wanted to see him in a movie, and we got him. We finally got him. Even if it's just like a silly cameo. I was telling, it was so weird. I was telling my friend that he was from, or his dad was from Liverpool, Mike Myers, and then he randomly ends up going to a Liverpool game, and then now he's showing up in movies. We manifested him. We saw the future.
I don't like you.
But I'm you.
I'm not you. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, maybe he just has like a cameo or some sort of important part. Because if you remember, he was in. Well, yeah, he was in Shrek, but he was in Inglourious Bastards as sort of like a top brass and like UK military stuff, and it's kind of an interesting cameo for that one. What's Edward doing there? I don't know. He's just like an expendable where they just like keep reprinting his body or something like that. What else should we watch? Should we watch another trailer for something? It's only 2 a.m. Any other trailers, anybody? Robert's voice reminds me of Gerard Way in the trailer. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard Pattinson sound like that before. Maybe I'm not paying attention enough to his movies to like see the similarities, but I do really enjoy when like actors try to put on a different voice and do it really well. You want to watch some corn? We'll watch corn growing. We can watch a reaction streamer reacting to a reaction video. It'd be a reacception. Watch Velma Meets Velma. Who does that? Have you seen the new Mr. Medicare documentary by June the King? Thoughts? I don't even think I've heard of that yet. What is it called? Mr. Medicare documented by June. Didn't it say June King in that previous movie, Mickey 17? Mr. Medicare, the most famous internet troll. I have not seen. If that's what you're talking about, I have not seen. At all. Looking forward to the Batman tale going into place during the winter. Mr. Freeze or the Penguin? Oh yeah, I guess they probably if it is in the snow, they probably would integrate the Penguin in there since they did the show and stuff. Skinny Nikocado interactions. Mike Myers is Canadian, acknowledge. His dad's from Liverpool. That's what I was saying. Filmed in Utah for Horizon Chapter 3. Alright. Yeah, I don't even know what to watch. IBS, the King of Catfish. I don't really care that much about it. Down the Poop Hole. Wings of Redemption. Should we watch a horror movie? Horror shorts? You said you wanted to watch Velma Meets Velma. Avocado. Is that the Avocado Animations? You're live. First time joining. I just want to say thank you for all your dedication. You get me by every single day and help in ways you can't imagine. Oh, I appreciate that, Cody. Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm just, I don't even know what to watch, to be honest with you. I can't think of anything. We could watch Velma, but if it's like comedy related, I don't really like watching comedy because then it's just like forced laughter. Fuck it. I guess forced laughter is better than none. Let's do it, baby.
Guys, look what I got. I found him right outside.
Norville, that dog is big and brown, which is the exact opposite of Fred's tiny white dog.
Velma?
Velma? We're going back, baby.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, you don't look too good.
Big icky.
I need some air!
What's the matter, Velma? Something wrong? This is a disgrace to the OG. Yeah, it was very strange. I don't know what the hell's wrong with like producers and everything. Like why they just like keep producing mass amounts of shit. Because it really doesn't seem like things are going to change or whatever. They're just going to keep putting out these like slop shows that
think it happened so soon.
Velma fetishizes Velma.
Getting worse.
Oh my god, Scooby is evil. I was just joking earlier. In the club, we all fam. True, true. In the club. Hello, Velma.
I I love you.
Scooby-Doo is Canadian.
You know that, right?
Rah, put some love on the name.
I love all of you. But I don't understand why you keep remembering.
Stop remembering.
We'd go solving mysteries together. It was simple.
It's so funny to like animate just that like loop of them walking.
You started overcomplicating things.
You know, I never really thought of it before, but why can Scooby talk?
Rick and Morty stuff, if so, what's your opinion on the newest season without him? I don't know, I haven't seen the newest season to be honest with you. Is it still good?
You might be onto something.
And suddenly,
Papa Meat Canyon, looks very talented but needs a hug. Yeah, I think he just had a kid with his wife, which is pretty sick. Congratulations to him.
and I rebuilt you. I rebuilt the world, and we were back to our classic adventures. But you started to remember again.
Again.
And again.
The A Pup Named Scooby-Doo is always a good show.
I just want
Or the
what we
Scooby-Doo
once
like
had.
13 Ghosts. You guys
Yet
remember that
each
shit?
time I capture less of your essence. This being my most flawed world yet.
Flawed?
World.
But we're meta now.
Ugh.
Oh, so she is aware of the
Never
world.
the matter. I'll get it right. Next time. Please don't run. I don't like to chase.
Nice. Pogu. Channel 0. I don't think I've seen that one. But comparing Velma to Scooby-Doo is like comparing Adult Swim to Johnny Quest. I guess so, yeah. I guess their approach obviously was very different, but I mean, in and of itself, the show was just kind of cringe anyways, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. You get what you get. It is what it is. And hopefully things get better. Or we just like move everything over to independent, you know, media creation where it's once again not some stupid echo chamber of Hollywood that shames people for whatever the fuck deviation of thought. And we escape the cult. Break free of the cult by joining the Buttersock cult. All right, guys. Love you. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging with me. We'll get this up and edited over on Patreon. Early access over there. And then we're going to get it up on YouTube. Same time, same place. For Monday at 9 p.m. ET. And I'll be back streaming on Wednesday. If anyone's bored and an anime fan, highly recommend Solo Leveling. Great story, has something for everyone. Very dark, 10 out of 10, only 15 episode first season. Okay, sick. Definitely check that out. All right, guys. Appreciate you. We'll see you on the next one. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. Bye-bye.